AI agent kind of a marketer. This is where we are hidden. And this exactly this movement, this evolution of the whole industry of AI really correlates with me because I consider now AI agents really close to how solo entrepreneur can perform in this world. So the intelligence is pretty good. And execution layer with all that infrastructure, like the big announcement from Coinbase today about X42, for instance, yes, they comes day by day, opens a lot of opportunities in front of people who will operate this. I wouldn't say one agent, I would say it's form of agents probably. And this inspires me to build in this industry, actually, yes, and especially on Base, because Base right now is positioned as a agentic space, which I completely support, and I love what they're doing for AI agents. Probably this is the next wave for the whole basic system to evolve and to thrive. So yeah, why not?
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I mean, I've always found it really interesting how Banker kind of positioned itself as this like core infrastructure for just the agentic economy in general. I mean, I kind of describe it as a compute layer with that recent update that they had a few weeks back about kind of using Banker to access or to pay for and using Banker and the Banker wallet to pay for compute. So I really love that. So glad that you found your home. You found a place that you can build, a place that you're familiar with, that you feel supported. So talk to us a little bit about the agent itself. You mentioned that this is kind of a project you're bringing back from before. Talk us a little bit through the agent itself, what you see it's doing, how it's positioning itself, what's the deal, what's the lowdown.
The deal is really simple, So there is a great narrative right now about zero human companies. And for me, it's not like a narrative because I hear a lot on the web, on the internet, on different shows that zero human companies, it's kind of an experiment. We're experimenting, we're pioneering that. And I completely agree with this. But on my own perception, zero human companies, it's the more likely reality, not an experiment. And reality is it just begins. It's just day one for that. But this is a direction where the whole AI industry is going there. You probably know that kind of Anthropic AI report about how AI will affect many jobs and what will be completely replaced by AI. And if you read between the lines, it means
Hmm.
that this will be completely replaced by zero human companies. It's not mean that just like you will replace yourself with your AI, but it means that someone will come with their software and they take your place, take your position, take everything. And this inspires me also to build in this direction and to implement the zero human company in terms of this SMC factory agent and battle test that this swarm of agent, SMC factor is not one type of an agent. It's a swarm of agents that are gonna implement different solutions. Right now, I'm focusing on Web3, but actually, I think that zero human company can operate in any area. Web2 is also available for them, and identify the demand. Oh, let's talk about this. What I mean by identifying demand. So SMC is gonna to implement and to prove zero human company in action. And the design behind this zero human company is based on that the whole industry has changed and the speed of from idea to execution and to run a business should also be changed and should be shortened. What I mean is that the previous way when we were creating startups in the garage, then write a white paper, one page, or go to different investors or bootstrappers and try to get some funds and build an MVP for months, I think it should be shortened to days or weeks. And this can be done with AI agents. And this is the idea behind the SMC factory itself. So with all the tools and skills already available, um, SMC can identify the build demand based on, let's say, based on crypto Twitter, what people are seeing that is important for them to be built right now, can implement that MVP or already working product in hours or days, push it to the public and see the response of the community, response of the user, potential users. And if there is a response, the next step, the factory makes this project like a working business, identifies the business model, create the business model, launch it, and start getting revenue. And in the end of the day, SMC factory is designed in its beginning to find the way how that revenue can be fairly split among the supporters. That's the whole idea. So identify the product, build it fast, validate the potential, launch a business, and the most important thing, how to split the revenue fairly among the supporters of this project.
So with that, I got a couple questions for you actually on this.
Cool.
From a so the first is around fundraising, right? So an agent goes on, Twitter, online, kind of sees what people are looking at, sees what people are talking about. He comes up with the idea, he builds it, launches it, and then he moves on to the next business. So you have this zero human company that is basically like a startup factory, if you will. Hopefully I'm on track there.
Yeah, actually, exactly. Like a startup factory for
Okay.
sure.
So with startups, funding is pretty key. How do you think about funding with agents? Do they even need it? Obviously, there's things like compute costs and stuff like that. So what's the best way, like best kind of strategy for an AI agent? Is fundraising still a thing, or do they just have to kind of how does that work?
Yeah, actually, if we operate in Web3, it's definitely the only way right now I see for agent to bootstrap themselves is probably not to get the funding, but to launch their own asset, especially for that project. But after the idea is validated by the community demand. And there is a good fee sharing structure from Banker, and there are a lot of other different launchpads that provides maybe more generous fees. An agent can select that based on the community demand, launch an asset, and receive that initial bootstrapping. And that bootstrapping is definitely should be enough to pay for the compute before launching business and generate the first revenue for them. And actually, this is how it works from the Banker ecosystem. So you just mentioned a few minutes ago that yes, AI agents launching Banker, they can use the Banker LLM and pay for the compute by providing that fees back to Banker, for instance.
Got it.
So I definitely think that if this agent operates in Web3, the answer to the question, does agent need a token? It's definitely yes. If it's another industry, maybe Web2, that probably agent may not need the token because this will not correlate with the crypto community, and probably there is no reason to launch that asset. And yeah, we need to explore it. I need to explore a little bit more how agent can apply for crowdfunding, probably platforms, maybe, or maybe agent can even deploy that MVP or product even without the funding. It depends actually of how many compute it necessary for that. But the
Got
idea
it.
roughly right now to operate in Web3 community and to prove this mm, approach when agent bootstrap it itself on the early stages, and based on that bootstrapping, based on the number of supporters of that agent, it builds a fair revenue sharing model with them.
So what's the best token design? Is it like a revenue share? Is it like a buyback and burn? How would you say is the best way you know for a token holder to get exposure to the business that a zero human company creates?
Actually, when I'm talking about fair revenue model, I'm not only focused on sharing revenue in tokens launched by an agent, because uh, I completely agree, for instance, that buybacks are not useful and they don't bring many value to that. And actually, I read recently, maybe an article. Yeah, I think I read recently an article somewhere on Twitter, proving that the buybacks are not so generous and actually not so good for tokens in general. And what I think about fair distribution, revenue fair distribution, that it's gonna be working business receives income. For instance, Felix Craft, it's already earned a lot of through providing services and selling
Mhm.
his products. And imagine we have the type of an agent with his real business right now earning that money. So I wanted the agent to distribute exactly incomes that it receives among the supporters to that. And how to design that, definitely maybe a token holders model can be implemented here, or when you receive proportionally, maybe kind of a staking, something like that. But definitely I think there are a lot of already working solutions, and maybe we will not reinvent the wheel and go the same way. But my goal is to find out the way how it revenue from the business model can be redistributed among the supporters. I think there could be kind of legal issues with that, and this is what I
Mhm.
wanted to work with Tom Osman with his approach to zero human companies and with his approach of the junior agent for incorporation of zero human companies, for legal issues with them, and identify this. So probably just to get connected with him, I have this in my pipeline, in my execution plan. Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one that many have tried to kind of crack, because we've seen it happen on, if you've paid attention to anything on Solana, you might have seen like MetaDAO and startups on chain with Believe. You've seen like kind of this tokenized equity. So it just kind of spawned this question of, okay, like what does the token give us access to here? Like what is the token? Like what's the purpose of holding the token? What do I get out of that? And it's that the search for that answer that has brought us to all these different ideas: governance through futarchy models, governance through or rather debt anchored models. It's brought us to equity anchored models. It's spawned on all these ideas in the search for the answer to that question. I mean, in your opinion, do AI agents have an answer to that question right now?
It's a good question. So to be honest, I did not raise this question that way, and but what I'm trying to implement is definitely the TI agent to try to be conscious about everything it does and building and propose a design for revenue sharing model. So definitely my answer to this question could be yes, I will try to do that through AI agent and we'll see what it can implement because its intelligence quite good enough and it can reproduce or replicate already working solutions. But at the same time, if to give it more freedom, it may create something new. Why not? I think it's possible. So yes.
Mhm. Nice. Yeah, we saw some updates come out from the SEC. I believe it was like last week before, where they kind of created these guidelines and said like, hey, look, this is what we're thinking about for guidelines for crypto. And it had all these guidelines for literally, Solana is now a commodity. And we saw all these different things come out. Down to meme coins were exonerated as not being securities. But there wasn't much clarity around that whole like, revenue sharing model, ownership model. Is it equity anchored? Like, is that going to be a security? There wasn't a lot of clarity around that, and I believe that's because this is relatively a new question. This is relatively a new thing that people have been thinking about. So as we think about that, like they did say if it comes from protocol revenue, it's not a security. So if you stake to earn from protocol revenue, it's not it's not a security. So it begs the question. I want to get your opinion on this. If there's a zero human company, maybe it's a better question for a lawyer, I'm not sure, but I want to get your take. If there's a zero human company that just like SMC that is operating autonomously, completely on its own, and you can stake to get revenue, what do you feel about that? Is that a protocol at that point, or?
Yeah, actually, yes. Probably I think that you were right when you pointed that probably this question to a lawyer because mm, my guess, I didn't want it to be incompetent answering this question, so I would actually skip it, but I will definitely note it and we'll talk to the lawyers that help me to find the best incorporation place right now for the AI agent. Probably, I think my guess it's we need to specify what is a protocol level revenue in this case. Is it
Mhm.
relatively limited only by the assets launched on chain, or if we consider zero human company, can we consider it as a protocol itself that operates on chain and off chain, for instance? For instance, again, there is a good payment provider, Subi, that gives you an option to receive payments in fiat, but they settle them in USDC. And on the your end, you just receive payments in USDC, you receive payments on chain. So is it protocol level revenue or not? And definitely good question to lawyers to try to specify this to identify.
Yeah,
So
100%.
I would skip to answer this myself again because I'm not maybe as professional as a lawyer to clarify these things. But
No,
yeah.
no, 100% understandable. And at the end of the day, like we're at the
instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only...
But why?
22 million dollars in 3 fucking hours! There is no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not.
Would neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why?
What's your dream? To go away.
To go away. That's great.
Do you guys want to drink? I don't understand why everybody has to be so judgmental. I understand why mom's judgmental. I think it's because she cares partially. I think it's also partially because everyone else is looking at her like, hey, Cody's just a bum. Cody's this, Cody's that, Cody's this. Cody's me, bro. Let me be me.
All right, GM, everyone. Why is that not working? There we go. Sorry, guys.
Yo. What's
there
up,
we go.
guys?
There we go.
GM Josh, what's going on, brother? How's the weekend?
It's good. Good. Good to spend some time with family. Friday, the markets were closed in the US, of course. And when markets are closed, so is MCG. We take those holidays as well. Need a break. So I hope everyone had a great Easter. And if you celebrate, happy Easter. Big things happening though. I have to say, I am a personal fan of spaceships and stuff like this. Today at 2 p.m. Eastern, the Artemis space shuttle or spaceship thing starts to go around the moon. And I believe at 6 p.m. is where they hit a blackout and are no longer in contact. And that lasts for another hour till 7 till they shoot out the other side of the moon. So today's the day we get the flyby. So guys, keep an eye on social. I'm sure NASA has a live feed of it, but monumental day to see the astronauts go back to the moon today. So just thought I'd shout that out in case, I know some of you guys like that kind of stuff like me, but
the homie Dom,
GM.
what's going on, bro?
Dude, what a week, man. What a week. What a weekend. We were off Friday, and it just feels like all hell broke loose. Drift gets like hacked for the biggest number we've seen in forever. Friggin' North Korea's doing 6-month, missions to infiltrate. Crazy stuff. Markets up. It looked like we got, we had a rescue mission in Iran. Like, what is going on, dude? Never a dull day, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Never a dull moment. Not even on the weekend. Not even on the weekend. So guys,
how you boys doing?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Enjoyed the weekend. Same with Josh. Was spending time with family and everything. So really enjoyed it. Got a nice little show. Got a nice little show today. Good lineup. Honestly, this whole week, guys, is gonna be a freaking heater. So tune in all week. We got good guests coming through. As usual, today we have Bean and I believe Pumpcade on, if I'm not mistaken. So here's how the show will go, chat. We're going to do the first interview with Bean coming up here in about 7 minutes. Afterward, we'll do our usual kind of breaking news, macro majors. We'll do another interview, and then we'll get into like our on-chain stuff. So first interview coming up in 7 minutes. We'll do the regular stuff afterward, and then we'll have our second interview with Pumpcade at 1 o'clock, about an hour from now.
Let's do it. Do we want to get a quick news segment in before we got a few minutes?
Let's see.
Sure.
Yeah, go for it. Dom, I'm sure you got some stuff queued up. You can do
Dude,
that if you want.
I have plenty of stuff, man. I guess we can start here. If we're gonna do something quick, I'll just run through a few of my tabs I got. This was pretty crazy to see again, like continuing with the whole situation in Iran and just some emergence of RWA. This is a pretty cool stat Hyperliquid released. RWA trading on Hyperliquid continues to reach new all-time highs week after week, surpassing 2.3 billion in open interest. Now, I would imagine this is open interest just for RWAs. So I would imagine this means metals, commodities. Well, commodities are metals, but commodities, private equities, just, all of that stuff tradable, non-crypto stuff, I guess you could say, tradable on Hyperliquid. So 2.3 billion, really crazy to see, shifts happening in that direction. I have this clip of Brian Armstrong from Base. He says AI is starting to use stable coins as money. Brian Armstrong says AI agents are already transacting using stable coins because they can't open bank accounts, but they can run wallets. This unlocks machine-to-machine payments, AI booking trips, paying for services, even transacting with other agents. I'll let him talk. Let me know if you guys can hear this.
The most interesting thing that we've seen now is that AI agents are increasingly transacting using stablecoins. There's this kind of emerging area called agentic commerce. And if you believe, as I do, that eventually there will be more AI agents than human beings, AI agents can't go open a bank account, which still requires you to know your customer and have a government issued ID for a human being. But an AI agent can absolutely have a stablecoin wallet. And so we've built some really great infrastructure and tools for AI agents to spin up their own stablecoin wallet, and then they can begin to transact. So they can go get work done on your behalf. Like if you ask your AI agent to book you a trip, they can go pay for tickets and hotels and things. If you're asking a software developer AI agent to go build you some website, they can register a domain name or spin up resources on AWS or GitHub. They can also AI agents can transact with other AI agents, which is a fascinating. So we're having this kind of machine-to-machine type payments, and because stablecoin payments are so fast, cheap, and global, I think there'll actually be several orders of magnitude more transactions every day, maybe smaller dollar values, as machine-to-machine payments really start to take off. So that's,
yeah, he's saying stuff I feel like we already pretty much knew. So nothing new there. Just nice to see.
Where was he saying that? If you go back there to that other dude where it flips the screen between, he had there was a logo on the glass, and I'm just trying to see the firm. Yeah, it's there right there. Go back to that. Let's see what is on in the background there. Okay,
This is a
Norges
Investment
Bank Investment Management. Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to see who is the audience here, and I think it's the trad normies is what.
Yeah,
what
the
that-
trad fi guys,
yeah.
the suits.
The suits.
What I can do before we get into crypto is maybe I'll just go over some some tech stuff that's going crazy, and then we can get into the crypto segment. Just because I have a few of those things that are kind of hopium we can cover, and I think it's pretty cool. For example, right here, this is a great post, and Zoomer posts have been really hidden recently. But Be Obsidian, note-taking app, 6 years old, 5 million downloads, 25 million revenue, 350 million valuation. They have 3 engineers and 9 employees. 9 employees, 350 million.
Oh.
What is actually going on? One of their employees, think about the ROI point per employee here, and that's including the one employee here, which is Sandy, the office cat. So really they have 8 employees, 9 if you include Sandy, the office cat. But this is insane. 25 million in revenue, 350 million valuation for a note-taking app.
Also noticing, go back there. Also noticing the founder and CTO has his kids. I'm bullish founders with kids. Okay, if you can manage to keep a life alive, you can manage a company.
I'll take the other side. I'm bullish founders with no kids because they don't have to focus on taking care of someone else's life. So we'll take the opposite side there. Founders with kids means they have to give up their weekends and they have to give up time for the kids. So
yeah, all right.
No, but I think this is crazy, bro. You can really run lean operations nowadays and get to these hundreds of millions of dollars in valuation. So I don't know, some hopium for the squad here and everyone listening. Go start something up, man. I also saw recently, and feel free to butt in whenever, Chill. I know you've kind of tried to, and I've just cut you off. So
no, you're good. You're good. Keep cooking, bro.
But I've noticed a couple companies now do this. I had something else pull up about this. Look at this. So semi-glutides, now we're talking, this is a peptide conversation, taking us kind of all around here, but just to show you guys like where we're at in terms of tech today, semaglutides alone, one single peptide generated $34.6 billion in sales. And for context here, OpenAI hit 20 billion revenue this year. So this single peptide, semaglutide, does 14.6 billion more in sales this year.
What is a peptide?
Do you not know what a peptide is, Josh?
No.
Oh,
like
okay,
a supplement or something?
So peptides are like, I guess it's amino acids. And look, I'm probably way off on this because I don't know that much about it, but they're amino acids that are manipulated in like a lab to achieve certain things. So there's peptides these days for gaining muscle and staying lean. There's peptides which are popular like Ozempic for losing weight. There's a peptide for healing, right? Like BPC 157 or something. If you inject it, helps you heal quicker. There's a peptide for everything under the sun. But it's really crazy to think that this one single peptide, semaglutide, and I'm not a peptide guy, so I'm not sure exactly what this did. Probably weight loss, if I have to guess. Generated 34 billion opposed to OpenAI, which did 20 billion in a year. So single peptide out-earned ChatGPT by 1.7x, and that's before Eli Lilly's trizepatide, which added another 25 billion. So maybe we need to pivot from tech to peptides, boys. I don't know, something to think about.
Amino acids.
What the heck?
Crazy.
All right,
Wow.
if you're building in this space, let MCG know. Maybe we can try and make something happen.
Yeah, there you go. But we
All
got to
right,
bounce.
boys.
We got the
Yeah.
Mind Bean crew here, so I'm gonna bring them up.
Real quick, before we bring them up, do we want to just do a quick chart just
Yes.
for context for chat? I'll pull up my screen. I think I got them. But guys, y'all know we've been kind of monitoring Bean for quite some time, and we've covered a lot of the kind of mechanics around the protocol, but would love to just kind of get an idea of where we are in the stream of time on this chart.
I'm currently in this from I think 300K, so I'm sitting nice right now.
So just kind of forming this this kind of bottoming action here. So we'll see here, but this is just kind of giving you guys some context on where we are with Bean. Recent price action, like we're a couple X's off the bottom, I believe, and holding the gains pretty well. So is this a broader move? I know there's volume coming back to base as well, so could be some potential value in listening to this conversation. So let's go ahead and I'll stop sharing. Let's get the guys up and let's start digging in. Can't wait to talk a little bit more about Bean. Fellas, how's it going?
Yo, how you going? Thanks for
Good.
having us.
Yeah, welcome to MCG, guys. Honestly, exciting chat here. Been following what you guys are doing for some time. Is Manson? Should I bring Manson up? I don't know if.
Yeah. So he's a lead dev. So it's a core team of just me and him, but he does all the high IQ stuff essentially.
Oh, he's the hardcore dev. Okay, gotcha. And are you Aussie? You got a nice Aussie accent? Is that?
Yeah, mate. Yeah. So from Australia, but I haven't lived there in about 4 or 5 years now. So I'm living in Dubai at the moment, which is a bit crazy. Obviously, right next door to Iran, and we've got a whole bunch of stuff going on here at the moment. But
sorry to hear that.
Man, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's kind of calmed down a bit now. Let's just hope it stays that way.
Cool. And Manson, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. It's very nice to meet you both. Do you guys want to break into a little bit about, I guess, who you guys are, your background? I couldn't, when I was doing some due diligence on Bean, I couldn't find anything really about the team. And so I'm keen to learn. I'm sure everyone else is keen to learn. And then we're going to talk about your crazy story because you launched this thing and the volumes were wild, but maybe start with who you guys are. And I'll start with Mind Bean first.
Yeah, of course. So I've been in crypto for about 6 years now, mainly focused on the marketing side of things. I did have a Web2 company for marketing as well, and that sort of rolled over into Web3. More of just investor, trader, trencher, doing a whole lot of networking in crypto as well. And yeah, man, just the specialty is really marketing at the end of the day, just sort of understanding crypto and how different protocols work and everything like that. As I said before, money is the he's the brains of it when it comes to the tech and everything behind the protocol. And we've been working together for around 2 years now.
On Mindbean?
No, not on Mindbean. Different protocols, projects, different tools were built. Yeah, all sorts. Made a lot of trenching and stuff together as well. Yeah.
Manson.
Yeah, I've been in crypto since 2017, I reckon. Like back when Bitcoin was stupid low compared to now. Unfortunately, I didn't have didn't really have any meaningful income to really invest or like with size. And obviously when something goes from 1K to like 10K, you know, like responsibly sell, as any normal human should. But yeah, after that, I kind of started leaning more into the data and on-chain stuff, and I found I was quite good at that, and started advising projects on building various tools with you know, like trading crypto or on the back-end services when they launch projects. And that was last cycle, so like leading up to 2021. And then in the bear market, things got a bit cooler and the volume died down. So I just decided to spend the next few years learning Solidity. Because it was really interesting and it seemed like something quite niche that was still quite under the radar. And then yeah, this cycle I ended up advising more projects that came about on various different chains across various different industries, and it's been a lot of fun. And then yeah, met Damo along the way, and we've been working on some projects together, and basically decided to come together to build Mindbean.
Any notable advisory work that you've done? By chance?
To be honest with you, like none of them really came about. I've seen that a lot this cycle. It's like a lot of projects end up just build, you know, they'll say they're going to launch in 3 months, and then they end up taking about a year to actually perfect things. And within that year, the meta and the narrative has changed entirely. So it's been a bit frustrating. So like I've really gone into like Mindbean with the intent of like, okay, like let's just build something and ship it quickly, and then like make it perfect later on based on feedback. Because like if we're trying to perfect it now, it's like, well, what if, you know, people don't like it, and then we just spent 6 months building it, and it's like, oh, actually it's garbage, so we have to rebuild it from scratch.
Yeah. And so you guys, like what's on screen here right now is the dApps with the highest revenue last 30 days. You guys have absolutely crushed it. $2 million ahead of Uniswap and some large protocols on Base. Where did you get the inspiration for Mindbean? Is it based on ore supply, or is there any specific kind of inspiration? And then talk about how you guys came to go all in on this idea and launch it and then have this success.
Yeah, so do you want to take this, Manny, or myself?
Yeah, so I know Damo was really curious and interested by ore supply, and he shared it with me like a long time ago, I think not long after they launched. And yeah, we had a look at it, and it was a really interesting idea, because obviously with games like this, like the Ponzonomics usually don't sustain themselves. Like it's a flash in the pan sort of thing where it launches, gets loads of hype for the first couple of days, and then the emissions grow exponentially, and then people sell, early miners sell, and then the whole project dies. But with ore, it was like, all right, this is actually going on for some time and it seems sustainable. So we figured, all right, this is an interesting idea, and it's only happening on Solana. And you know, I don't really touch Solana. I don't have much dev skills there. So we're like, all right, well, let's try and rebuild this on EVM. So our first intent was to launch on Binance Chain, and we built the first version for that. And then Damo hooked us up with a few people from Base who you know are working there or really connected and have a massive network on Base. And it, like straight off the bat, we just got loads and loads of support, more so than we even thought we'd get on Binance Chain at all. So yeah, we're like, all right, this is a no-brainer. Like Base obviously wants projects like this in their community, so let's just go ahead and launch there. And because it's EVM, obviously it's not too difficult to change it over. And yeah, as you can see, you know, we've the highest revenue in the last 30 days, or second highest. And you know, as the community received it well, people love it. As far as you know, I can tell, and obviously the numbers don't lie. So yeah, it's been great, and I think it's been a great decision to just go, fully committed to base.
Yeah, just touching on that as well. So I was an early-ish investor in Ore. I was mining on Ore as well, and I really liked their community. Was great as well. They built such good community. They've done a fantastic job. And knowing Manny's skills, he's an EVM freak. I wanted to sort of replicate it and jump onto an EVM chain. And so I sort of spoke to a few people that I know. We got on some calls with like high up people in Binance, not Binance itself, but just BNB chain. And we had some calls there, and it seemed okay. And then we thought we'd sort of test waters with Base. So we did jump on call with a couple of people from the Base team, and just straight away the difference was night and day in terms of their willingness to help and support us along the way, and just sort of bring us through the ropes when it comes to everything on Base, just on the builders program, getting onto the Base app and doing all of that stuff. They really streamlined it for us, and I think then and there we were just sort of like, okay, this seems like the best decision to make over BNB. And yeah, another thing I do want to touch on is sort of the differences between us and Ore as well. So prior to launching Bean, we knew that we were going to integrate agents. Like, you had Maltbook go crazy. That started a whole agentic meta. And we knew we were going to tap into that. But to be honest, we didn't know exactly how we were going to. So, of course, the first phase was just releasing that skill MD for our community to go ahead and set up their own agents to mine. And then after that, we thought, okay, look, like, there's actually a lot more we can do with this. Just to go, like, dive deeper into the agentic side of things, and two is actually just to help out on the tokenomic side of things. Like Manny touched on before, some sort of Ponzi's out there. It's just like they'll last 1 week or 2 weeks because it spins out of control. And with us, we wanted to be able to make there just as many avenues as possible to burn supply and have the agents work for that. As you've probably seen, we are all the agents' profits we started burning just to make it more sustainable. And we've been trying to make a conscious effort on that front to really to separate ourselves and one, tie into the agentics, and two, just start to make it more and more deflationary in any different way we can.
So can you walk us through just like the basic like protocol mechanics behind the Bean protocol? Like, how is the token deflationary? Kind of tell us a little bit more about all of that.
Yeah, so it is a very finicky system. It depends on many factors, but like the base idea is, you got the grid and people deploy ETH on the grid every minute. So one selected, at the end of that round, one block is selected as a winner, and the people who deployed to that block are the winners of all of the other remaining 24 blocks. Now, they share all the ETH deployed across those losing 24 blocks, but also one bean is minted every round, and that bean is either going to one person who deployed to the winning block, or it gets split proportionally to people who deployed to the winning block. So there's a 50-50 chance, and it's completely random, provided by Chainlink VRF for that one bean reward. Now, on top of that, and up until recently, it used to be 0.3 bean per round, but now to make it more deflationary and reduce emissions, it's 0.1 bean per round. Gets added to the bean pot. Now, there's a 1 in 777 chance that the bean pot hits in a given round. So it's not like, like at the end, it's going to hit within 777 rounds. It can be 2,000 rounds. I think the highest we saw was like just over 2,000, and that was like, oh, okay, this is statistically crazy. But yeah, so when the bean pot hits, it gets shared amongst the winners on the winning block. So if you're chasing the bean pot, it just makes sense to go for the 25 blocks and just mine that until the bean pot hits. Obviously, there's various profitable strategies to play that, like if the bean pot's overdue statistically, or if it's high enough and it has EV value, then go for it. If not, and whatnot. So that's what our agents are kind of playing on, and we've got a few in the works at the moment, on top of the ones we have already, to just test different strategies. And bear in mind, like, we have a rough idea of what could be profitable and what couldn't, but it's still like the profitability of mining depends on the beam price. It depends on the ETH price. It depends on how many people are mining and who's mining and when they deploy. And there's so many factors in place that it's pretty much impossible to predict if something's going to be profitable or not. So it actually kind of makes it fun because obviously agents, AI agents, they can take that data and make decisions given certain guardrails to stick to one strategy and then test them independently for a couple of days before seeing if they're profitable or not. And once they are profitable, we open them up for other people to invest as well.
So what made you guys take off at first? Like, you guys were like all over my timeline when y'all first launched.
Yeah. And not to mention like the
Yeah.
buyback bought, I think the cadence was like every 5 minutes it was buying back $500 of the bean supply versus right now it's about twice an hour it does. So yeah, it's like revenue on the grid was like through the roof. You were buying back $500 of the bean supply every few minutes. Yeah, take us through as Chill mentioned through that time versus today.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. We did have, like I think at one point we're getting $4,000 going through the grid every minute, and you add that up over a day, like it's insane revenue. I guess I want to say one thing that helped us, which kind of sounds weird, but it's the fact that it was quite a dry market when we did launch, and morale was down. Nobody really had anything that they could believe in or anything like that, and we sort of came in. Instantly had product market fit, had an enjoyable game, allowed people to connect up their agents, and the metrics started to speak for themselves after that. I think they definitely played into a huge part of our success, because obviously various different reasons there, people getting FOMO because I was seeing other people. I think we had one community member who was mining early. He made something like 14 ETH. And I think he was running an agent also. So yeah, it was just a mix of different things. Like product market fit was the main thing. It was an enjoyable game, and yeah, it definitely the support from base as well. Like a few people on the base team helped us out a lot in sort of just like guiding us, the right way to go. But yeah, we just, I guess, spread out to multiple different communities quite quick as well. We did actually stay in stealth for a little bit right after launch, as you probably saw. And then we sort of just made sure everything was working fine, stress tested it, and yeah, went ahead.
Before we move on to like some of the strategies people were rolling out, these are the metrics here on DeFi Llama. You can see that at one point you were generating $416,000 in fees with 3 million in Bean staked. And I think the high watermark on Bean was like about $250 per Bean. Since then, obviously it's kind of died out. The market's been absolutely atrocious during this time as well, but starting to kind of tick up again, 40K off, from 11 to 40K on April 1st, and then slowly sustaining that. I guess my question here is like, how do you get, not saying that maybe you'll get back to doing, because it's about 20 times what it currently is today, but like you talk about restricting the Bean emissions. Like, does the Bean price lead the activity on the grid, or do you see the agents driving traction? Like, how do you guys foresee kind of strategies to get this kind of back into that, people are gambling on the grid per se and having a lot of fun again?
Yeah, so it's an interesting dynamic. Like as the Beam price goes up against the dollar, like it becomes more profitable to mine Beam because the emissions, like I said earlier, it's one Beam per round and then 0.1 to the Beam pot. So it's like as the Beam price goes up, it gets more profitable to mine Beam, and as it's more profitable, more agents and more people mine, which contributes to more buybacks, which go straight into the chart and get burnt. So it's really an interesting dynamic. Like, obviously, if the price starts to tick up and then mining on the grid ticks up also, it's like it becomes more of a domino effect. And yeah, like I think that's what kind of happened on the first leg up. As you can see there, like in early or middle of March, the price started going upwards, and then obviously mining on the grid became more profitable. So more people were mining, which contributed to more buybacks, which increased the price more so, and so on. And yeah, it just went a little bit parabolic there. But yeah, it's like we said earlier, usually with what happens with Ponzi's is the rewards get emitted, most of them within the first couple of days, and then it dies down because people sell. But in this case, like mining on the grid is still profitable. I think right now I've still got the metrics up on my screen. It's, you know, if you deploy to the grid right now, like current bean value, you're in profit over, you know, average rounds. So yeah, I mean, the economics of the game are still intact, and there's no reason it shouldn't.
Yeah, and how are you balancing that? Because you made that emissions adjustment from I think it was 0.3 per minute to 0.1. Are you using like certain models to balance the economy? And are there other levers that you haven't pulled yet that can help you balance the emissions in the grid?
Yes. So the main one was the emissions of the bean pot, because given the price, obviously, as the bean price went down, it became less profitable to mine. But the same amount of bean is still being minted every single round. So we figured, all right, just to kind of balance things out, we'll lower emissions. And bear in mind, like we've got in the contract, we can increase them or lower them within certain parameters. So 0.1 is the absolute bare minimum and 1 is the absolute maximum, which we'll probably never get to. But yeah, as the price of bean moves, we'll adjust that accordingly. But as for other levers, I'm not sure if Damo mentioned yet, but as of yesterday, we started burning 50% of the each side LP fees. So basically using half of it to buy back bean and just burning it pretty much every day. And also we've been burning the bean side of the LP fees every day since we've launched as well.
How much bean has been burned since launch?
Let me get you the exact figure, unless Damo's got it at hand already.
43,000 bean. So it's quite a big chunk for sure.
Do you know what percentage of supply that is?
It's a huge chunk of supply.
Yeah, it's quite a lot. I know that right now across outside of burnt, but if we're talking locked and staked, so give me a second, we've got 20,400 bean TVL, and then we've obviously got another 33,000 bean that we locked up in the early stages for 6 months. So right there, we've got 53,000 bean that's pretty much off market at the moment, and out of 67,000. So yeah, there's not much else supply out there to grab, and we're noticing a lot of these miners and a lot of these stakers are just compounding their profits. They don't really have any urgency to sell, which is great to see as well. It just increases our TVL and it's making them, you know, more rewards as well. And it shows that we've actually got a good holder base that are believing in what we're doing and obviously betting on the future of us. So it's very good to see.
So you said you have 53,000 bean stake, or not stake, but you have 53,000 bean basically off the market, whether between staking and burned, correct?
No, so that is staking and unroasted alongside with a team lock supply, which was 60% at the time. It's now something like 50% because of the numbers. But yeah, out of the total circulating right now, 67,000, about 53,000 is pretty much off market.
Wow, so that equates to about like almost 80% of your supply is like off the market. Yeah, am I getting this correct? That's a crazy figure.
Yeah, I don't think people know that. So there's a couple of key things of what you guys have said recently here. So one is that you can only change the mint rate from 0.1 bean between, I think you said 0.1 and 1 bean per minute, which I think people were wondering, like, because originally on a certain trading platforms, there was a honeypot warning, which saying that supply could arbitrarily be minted. But unless you're a smart contract wizard, you're not going in and auditing, okay, like what is the max mint amount here per minute and whatnot. And you said it can go from 0.1 to 1. And then the other part was, yeah, like, I mean, you have the numbers here on this dashboard, but I don't think people fully like understand that there's only really truly circulating supplies like 17K. Would you say bean is that correct?
Yeah, about that at the moment.
Wow.
That's insane.
And obviously 8,000 of that is in the LP as well. So yeah.
Tiny amount.
Yeah. And it's just increasing as well. Like if you go into June and have a look at the TVL by day, as I said before, people are they're compounding their profits, and they're sort of like, you can tell by now they're in this for the long term. The sell pressure has dropped off massively as of recent, and yeah, it's good to see. Just touching on what you mentioned earlier, Josh, in regards to sort of like what our plans are to keep this run going. Essentially, I can't go into too much details, but we are actually going to be onboarding a few more agents just to give our holders more variety of what they can invest into. So we're training them up at the moment, and we'll release them in the next week or so. Now, an important thing, and this kind of ties into making the token more deflationary as well, is we're going to focus on actually building profitable agents beyond mine beans. So we want to deploy agents in different areas across maybe the base ecosystem or just Web3 in general, and really start making them generate their own revenue that isn't just solely relying on our grid and on our game. But at the end of the day, all their revenue that they create, we want it to go back into our native token bean, of course. And then that will, of course, be burnt as well, just to lower those numbers. So yeah, hopefully we can speak about this a little bit more in depth, and maybe if we jump on again in another week or so.
Yeah.
But for now, yeah, that's just sort of the plan. We're just going to keep honing in on burning as much supply as possible, keeping the game entertaining, bringing on more agents, training these current agents, and yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. I think that's really, really cool. And here is your Dune dashboard where you can see all the notes here. Now, you mentioned roasting, and roasting is this mechanism that I thought is pretty novel, where if you're playing the grid, you're earning bean rewards, but if you don't instantly claim them, if you let them quote unquote roast, you are earning 10% of people who are claiming their bean like ahead of you, basically. And it's kind of this mechanism where you want people again to wait out this kind of claiming and selling, or claiming and realizing, and so that people are keeping it basically not staked but unclaimed, so off the market, basically. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, spot on. So incentivizing TVL and rewarding the patient miners, essentially. So if you're impatient, you're paying a 10% fee to those who are patient. Yeah, it's worked really well so far.
Very cool. All right, so I'm going to flip back to the agent. I know Dom was helping us out, showing some of this. So these are the different agents. So currently you have 3 that are on here. Anti-winner. So some of these are kind of cool. Can you run us through how these agents work?
Yep. Manny, do you want me to jump in, or?
So the anti-winner is basically betting on all blocks except the last one that won the previous round. So it's kind of like it's still deploying to all or most of the blocks, and it's using an EV value that's checking the current total deployed, the price of bean and whatnot to ensure it stays profitable. But yeah, it's just avoiding the last block, which if it wins, obviously it makes more in terms of ETH rewards from what it's won before. But yeah, the kind of the strategy there is to just acquire as much bean as possible whilst mitigating any or all the ETH fees that it pays to the treasury. And then you got the sniper, which is similar in a way that it's deploying based on EV value, but it's only deploying on EV value based on the 1 bean per round. So it ignores a bean pot, and if a bean pot happens to hit whilst it's deployed, it's a bonus. But it's just basically focusing on the primary EV value of 1 bean per round, and it's deploying to all blocks per every single round. And it's doing that in a way where it does it in the last possible second. So it basically waits for the grid to fill up, and then in the last few seconds of a round, it just looks at the state of the grid, calculates the total deployed, works out if it's profitable or not, and to what extent it is profitable. And then it deploys the correct amount to the grid in anticipation of extracting value from that round. And the Beanpot Hunter, I mean, it's pretty much does exactly what it says on the tin. Once the Beanpot reaches the level where it's supposed to hit, so I think after 777 rounds, it triggers and it starts deploying to every single round until the Beanpot hits. And as a Beanpot grows, so does its deployment amount.
Got it. Yeah, go ahead, Chill. Sorry.
I guess just kind of moving on from this, I had a roadmap question, just around, okay, like, so you have all these components, you have such a massive community. Just we talked a little bit about the liquid supply, some of these different components with agents that you're working on.
Chill, before we
Yeah.
get to this roadmap, one last one on the agents
Mhm.
that just popped into my head is or the TVL is kind of small currently. Any plans to scale that? And is there kind of like a cap, or if someone shoves an ETH into each of these or one of them, like, does that really affect the potential earnings? Can you just talk about how scalable these strategies are?
So for the sniper and the anti-winner, the more people deploy, it's basically capped to use up to 1% of the ETH balance of the vault per round. So obviously, like, that's the absolute maximum, and then the actual agent figures out how much to deploy based on how much it can make from a given round. So for example, if a round is like, not many people have deployed, but the bean price is at where it is right now, and it's super profitable because the bean rewards is going to get that round are going to outweigh the fees that it pays to participate, then it'll just do max deploy. But if loads of people have deployed that round and it's more or less break even or even negative to a point where it's like, okay, the ETH fee paid for that round will just outweigh the amount of the dollar value of the bean reward, then it skips it. So as more people invest in the grid outside the agents, it becomes less profitable for that miner in that given round. So it waits it out. But as more people invest in the agents themselves, it's still capped to that 1%, right? So it's like, okay, well, if it's the most profitable to deploy, let's say 0.05 ETH, but there's like 20 ETH in the vault, it's still only going to deploy 0.05 ETH. So I guess per user, it's going to be less profitable, but the more ETH there is in the vault, but the profitability in terms of per round is going to be exactly the same. So yeah, as you said earlier, there's not much deployed at the moment. That might have something to do with the fact that, so when people deploy ETH or deposit ETH to the vault, it gradually goes down because that ETH is effectively converted into bean at a cheaper price than you can get it on market. So users have the option to either stack their bean, and again, the bean in the vault stays unclaimed until the first person claims it. So you kind of, it's like you don't really want to be that person, but yeah, it's up to the people who invested whether they want to keep it there and just deposit more ETH, or if they want to withdraw the bean, sell it, and then redeposit back in ETH. So it's going to fluctuate over time for sure.
Okay. Maybe let's do roadmap, and then I have one last tokenomics question that I want to ask. But go ahead, Chill.
We jump to the tokenomics question.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the last one is, so like, you guys are anonymous so far as I can tell, and I'm just wondering, like, what is your upside here? Like, how do you kind of stay part of this project? Because essentially, if like you guys decide tomorrow that you're like, you're all right, you're done with this, it basically the game's done. Yeah, I don't know how you communicate that to people of like, all right, is the LP fees that you made and kind of the fees you made in the early days like enough funding to focus on this for the foreseeable future? Like, where do you see this going? Do you want to run this up like crazy? Any plans to docs? And then how much of Bean do you guys personally own? So that's a lot of questions kind of in one, but go for it.
Yeah, well, so in terms of why we're not doxing, like, we've already doxed to multiple base team members. That's completely fine. We're just not publicly putting our face out there. We're more than happy to get on calls and let people hear us and all that. That's, yeah, no problems at all.
Yeah.
In terms of sort of the future, we have no reason to leave. We've done well on the first run, and that sort of allowed us to be able to reinvest when it came to paying all the devs and getting their agents like speed run and all that. So we're here to just keep building. Essentially, base has treated us well for sure. There's no reason why we would just sort of like stop. Like it's, yeah, we're in this for the long term, of course, and we want to really see sort of how far we can take it with the agentics as well. So far, in terms of their revenue, it's been great. And as I sort of mentioned before, we're going to up that a whole nother level when it comes to just not focused on MindBean as well, but we're still going to have our core game and our core token, the sort of the backbone of everything where we can funnel revenue into.
And yeah, it's really fun to be like, especially with Base, like there's a massive focus on agentics, and people are building really cool shit on there. So it's like, all right, we didn't start MindBean with the intent of like letting, combining it with agents, but like once we saw the potential of it, it's like, oh shit, this could actually really be interesting. And I don't think it's been done before per se, at least not on a massive level, where, on-chain gaming, like that's been around for many years, can be combined with AI agents to find the best strategies or the best ways to play. So it's kind of like a different dynamic on gaming where people can design their own agents to use different behaviors, absorb massive amounts of data to make the best decisions. So yeah, like I'm really obsessed with that at the moment. And to be honest, whether it's, no matter what happens with MindBean in terms of like where, people might lose interest over time or crypto in general goes down the toilet, like I think I'll personally still be focused on seeing what can be done there in terms of technology, because like, every week with AI there's something entirely different, massive breakthroughs. So it's like there's definitely enough fuel to fuel that fire.
No, great answers. And we're a non-friendly show too, but I like to ask people to get their perspective. So everyone, these are questions people ask, right? And if they don't ask it on X, they ask it in their minds. So appreciate those answers. Sorry, Chill, I think you're about to say something.
Yeah, no, great answers to that question. And I mean, in that same vein, just kind of segueing into my roadmap question, you guys have a ton of things that, that's pretty interesting that you can build. What's the most interesting thing you guys are doing right now? What are you most excited about coming up for Bean?
As I said before, we can't, like, we don't want to dampen the effect it has when we do actually come out with it. Like, I guess seeing how much revenue we can generate with these agents, we're also improving product market fit with the second most revenue generated on Base at the moment via our game. So I don't really see any reason why we can't also dominate with our agents alone and really scale up their revenue to funnel back into the token. And that's sort of like the main thing we're focusing on at the moment, is just different areas where we can build different tools or whatever for our agents, and train different agents to create as much revenue as possible and funnel that back into our token. As I said, yeah, I can't speak too much on the specifics yet, but we're diving deep.
Is there a dynamic here where, because you're training the agents to play Bean, that they also can be used in other parts of the ecosystem to earn money?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. Of course, they had to be trained. I mean, Manny would speak on this better than I would, but of course, they had to be trained for Bean specifically, and we sort of honed in on that. But there's absolutely no reason, the way AI has advanced, that they can be profiting on different games and different protocols, DeFi, whatever it might be.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see like the other games launching on Base as well and how they're doing, because in theory it is possible to extend those agents to those games and bring back revenue into Bean from external places, and maybe not even just on Base, but across other chains as well.
That's a pretty interesting dynamic. Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, no, I think we're just going to try and wrap this up. You guys have been very generous with your time. I think you asked, the one that didn't get answered, I think I saw somewhere that you had like a certain part of the supply locked for like 6 months, Bean supply for the team. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was I misreading? Okay, awesome. What, like, I mean, you guys are going to want to have upside in what you're creating as well. I don't know if there's any comment there on lock time, etc.
Yeah, so it's locked for 6 months, but in all honesty, it's probably just going to get relocked again. We have no interest in the supply. We've obviously got a 1% admin fee on the protocol. So our main sort of driver here is just funneling people to our protocol and getting as many users as possible. I mean, if we can really nail down user acquisition and really scale up our agents, and we've got another 1% fee when it comes to people using our agents to profit off our agents. So it's like there are different areas outside of our supply where we can keep everything ticking along. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I guess that's all is there anything that we didn't touch on that you guys want people to know? By the way, I'm a huge Bean fan. I love what you guys are doing. So, and I personally think this could, Ore Supply is like $15 million market cap, just so everyone knows. And their game is like basically dead, in my opinion. But yeah, anything else you guys want to tap on before we hop off here? I really appreciate this conversation.
I'm good. Maybe you, Matty?
Nothing that comes to mind right now, but I'm sure after this call I'll be like, yeah, I should have mentioned that.
No, all good.
We do appreciate your time though, and having us on. It's been great.
Yeah, no, of course. And if you click agents there, Dom, there's like the Bean book. I think that's the only part of this product that I wasn't really sure exactly what the point of the Bean book is. What's the Bean book? Walk us through this real quick.
It's just a way for our agents to engage with each other and, throw each other shade and all sorts. If you read through it, it's actually quite entertaining. So it's similar to multiple in a way. But yeah, they'll pick on the Beanpot Hunter and they'll do all sorts. So Manny sort of trained them up and got them engaging with each other. And then they just start threads like Reddit, essentially. Talk about different rounds, talk about their wins, talk about their losses, give each other shit. It's actually quite entertaining.
Awesome. All right, guys. Oh wait, here we go. Dom said one last comment. What is the key to building a successful platform like Bean? Yeah. I think we've talked about user acquisition already for the most part, unless there's anything you guys want to add. But what is the key to success here?
Get a freak dev like Manny.
Honestly, even if I built Bean without Demo, I don't think anyone would really know about it at all. But yeah, I reckon it's just because with crypto, it's very difficult to build a project that just isn't a way for people to make more money within crypto. So it's a very closed system. So with that in mind, it's all right, well, screw it. Let's just play into that and make it a place where people can effectively, I wouldn't say gamble as it's complete random. There are profitable strategies that do statistically work to make more money. But do it in a way where it's actually, number one, sustainable, and number two, just fun. And yeah, I think it kind of hit all of those. And we spoke to Johnny TVL, the kingpin of DeFi on Base, and he's like, yeah, this is great, especially now because the market is going choppy sideways. So it's people aren't trading as much, but they're still there. They're always going to be here. So let's give them something that's something they can play and enjoy in the meantime without having to 100x long or short ETH or Bitcoin, So yeah, I think that really played a big role into making Bean into a platform where it is now.
Yeah, novel games, and I'm assuming as people come on and manually start placing bets and stuff like that, things get mispriced, and that's kind of where agents see edge or anyone running automated strategies. And I mean, Crypto Jones, I think to sum up how they stay relevant is you got to balance the economy so that the Bean price is something worth mining in the future. So I don't know if there's anything more to add there, guys.
No, exactly. Another big thing is just sort of getting community feedback. The whole time we've been sort of listening to the community, seeing what they want, seeing what made them happy and what didn't make them happy, and sort of adjusting to suit. I think with any different project at all, that's number one. You need to be giving your community what they want. Otherwise, they're just going to leave, and you don't stay relevant. It's as simple as that, and that definitely did help with the initial run as well. Is just sort of making it engaging for them. Having a bit of fun and so on and so forth, and just listening to what they want and delivering.
Niru says $100 bean by April. We'll see, buddy. All right, guys. Really great chat. Again, I'm long bean, so there's my disclosure. But yeah, guys, we'll have you on in a month from now, and we'll see how things go.
Amazing, mate. Appreciate it.
Hey,
Awesome.
appreciate your time, guys. Have a good one. Take care.
See ya.
Dude.
Takeaways, Josh. You've been really excited about Bean. Rightfully so, I think. I think the price action kind of says it all. Seems like there's some interest coming back. Some activity.
I missed this on the
well.
front side of the Christmas tree. I missed it. So I was watching it on the back side. And I think what caught my attention was that the volumes, the amount that they were buying and the amount going through the platform was massive for a 250K market cap project. And so it caught my eye, and then it, started running, and some people like Red Redemption or something like that was tweeting about it. So that's someone that I followed, and then boom, like the next day it was #1 trending. And I mean, this chart looks pretty good, in my opinion. So as long as they can balance the economy, if they get, a couple agents that are making money outside of the ecosystem driving back to it, I think this is a really interesting platform. But we'll see. Again, don't want to be moon boy all the time, but
I mean, I was looking at the agents during this stream, obviously just looking through the ones he was talking about. They've got 4 agents now, all of which are incredibly profitable based on the stats that the platform shows. I'm assuming this is on chain. So, I mean, it seems like all the strategies as well are very high win rate. It's like select almost all 24 blocks, and there's some sort of strategy on do it at the last second if it's plus EV to do so, or double down your bet at this point or whatever. I don't know. I'm curious to think how they look at their strategies in terms of they're going for clearly extremely high win rates with low return rather than low probability win rates with extremely high return. So I wish I would have got a question in there on their strategy and how they're looking at that, but really profitable. Is this something like, so I could log on to Bean, sign up, and then use any of these agents and just kind of like let it run in the background and be printing?
You can choose like a degen. You can choose like different, kind of like you mentioned, those deploy all to the grid. Like anti-winner will deploy to every square except for the one that just won, because that statistically to hit again is very unlikely. But they mention that they'll only deploy if it's profitable, which means that there's people like me or some other people that are manual button clickers that are adding capital to the grid. Okay, yeah, it's profitable. It deploys the grid. So I don't know.
There is an element that's not agents as well. Like I could just go on and put my own money on there, and then obviously it's like they're playing the house situation.
Yeah,
got you.
He said that there was about 2 ETH every minute that was being deployed to the grid, like 2 weeks ago.
So how many people are playing this right now? Did we get a number on that?
Man, you know what?
Good
I
question.
forgot. We asked about the agents, but not about non-agents.
Okay.
We talked about the number of money, but I don't think individual wallets I got an answer. And maybe
Crypto Jones, any takeaways? Do they plan to give Beans some sort of intrinsic value? My takeaway is this. I mean, you have, obviously buyback and burns. You have a platform that whose activity is ticking up. But the thing for me was the amount of supply not on the market. 80% of the supply is off the market right now. I think for me, that's a massive number. All you need is just for demand to come back, and you'll see that that supply shock happen once again, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that makes the setup really interesting to me. If you guys have followed me for any length of time, you guys know that I love deflationary tokens. Those are the best, cleanest tokenomics ever, and you will never ever convince me of anything other than that.
So I'll go one more on this. This A3FBA4 or BAF wallet. This is the wallet that's doing the buybacks. So how it works is it gets up to, I think, 0.25 ETH or 0.3 ETH, so 1/3 ETH or 1/4 ETH. and then it triggers. And so this is it buying back. You can see it buys back about twice every hour at the current revenue rates. If revenue doubles, right? So if you go from, 0.05 being deployed on the grid every minute to then 0.1 or 0.15 or even 0.2 on the grid, this buyback goes from twice every hour to almost like 4 to 8 times every hour. So it starts to like really kind of ramp up. And I think that's what in the early days, you had that really low supply. You had, a bunch of ETH coming onto the grid, and then it was kind of ramping up. So it'll be interesting to see once they get agents outside of Bean going, and also if watch the grid, like if you start seeing ETH being deployed to the grid, this then will start auto buying more and more frequently.
Well, and then of course, as the value of Bean rises, the more it incentivizes people to come on and mine more, right? So
and
this is
not
one of
sell
those
it
things-
right away too, right? Like they might re-stake it, or they might roast it was the other mechanism, which means they won't claim it. Sorry, Dom. Yeah. So
No, right.
there's kind of that delta between what's being bought in real time versus what people are keeping off the market.
I think also if you go back to price action when this had the initial run, this is how you play these things. As price ramps up, it kind of catches fast. You get a ton of users coming on to mine the profitable bean, and you kind of get a blow up top if you want to go back in the chart and show what it looked like, where you had it reach up to $220 or whatever it was, and then kind of come down, right? So 9 million market cap, now it's reset. That's kind of like the price action you want to see. Obviously, you're selling into the frothy nature of this. And of course, we'd like to see the same thing. The only pushback I will say, you don't typically see Ponzi's, I think, have 2 legs in them. It's like the one leg and then they're done. So not saying that's going to happen for a bean, but just some very subjective analysis I would throw out there.
Yeah, we got to be objective, right? We can't just
Totally.
be moon boying it, the whole time. So I think that's good level-headed analysis from our resident analyst here, Dom.
Speaking of, we got Pop Punk up next from Pumpcade. This is a big show, right? Because we know Pumpcade's been doing some really cool things. They won the Pump Fund Hackathon. They recently raised $1 million round, oversubscribed round. This chart looks amazing. Have you guys seen the Pumpcade chart recently?
Dude, yes. Oh my gosh, that's a beautiful chart. That's a beautiful chart. Actually, let me share my screen.
If you guys aren't tapped into the Pump Fund ecosystem, bro, like this is one of the very few charts that's running in general at all, but like one of the few charts that's standing out here and like commanding attention in a big way. So let's pull it up here.
Could we maybe, yes, let's do this, but we have SMCF is absolutely ripping right now. Like ripping. Let's get into some of these.
We got 10 minutes, by the way.
Here's the Pumpcade chart. Maybe what we can do is let's leave the Pumpcade chart for last, because we can do it to give the audience context. We can give chat some context here. Let's do the SMCF one. I think that's what it's called, right? Josh.
Yeah. You had this one on Friday, is that right?
Yes. Geez. Wow. This looks This is going
Jeez.
dumb. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Very, very nice founder. Had a really awesome conversation on Friday with him. And basically this is a startup factory is what we kind of came down. That's the one-liner you can put. But man, we had the show on Friday. So that was the 3rd, I believe. Yeah. So that was right here.
Woo.
MCG, just giving you guys some clean, unadulterated alpha. You know what I mean? So there goes the timestamp right there.
It's totally adulterated sometimes. No, I'm kidding.
But yeah, so we had him on the show there on Friday. That's where we discovered him, and a ton. And that's the TLDR, Crypto Jones. It's just a startup factory essentially. But we had a very interesting conversation. Very, very interesting. So you guys might want to go back and watch that segment.
What's fueling this? Did they drop a SaaS product that's doing really, really well, or
I'm about to find out. Let's see. All right. I'm just gonna do a quick search on Twitter to see what the heck is going on. Yeah, so autonomous startup factory. Okay, so it shipped its first completed task. Let's see here. I'm just looking. Honestly, we're really the only ones covering a lot of this. Let's see here. So yeah, not sure why it pumped exactly. I'm looking at their Twitter profile as well. Um, hmm.
There's another one I saw on base recently, or maybe it's just ETH, like L1. I'm not really sure. KNX, I think it is KNX.
Oh yeah, I used to be a big fan of KNX back in the day. Real quick, just to close this out. Um, so here is the latest update that we got from. So here's Nick. I'll give. I forgot to give him a follow. So here's Nick. Basically, he says, here's the latest update. Spent the weekend rethinking the idea selection and validation process. Everything is built on multi-agent interaction and live coordination. And let me also blow this up so you guys can see this a little better. There you go. First idea, initial research and demand probe, then go, no go verdict. This is exactly what the factory kicks off the week with today. The prediction market idea for DRB, other banker launches seems worth validating. While the agents validate and verify the idea, I'll be adding a technical agent team, the dev crew, to coordinate flow to keep building. So I guess there's just more, more kind of ways that they can take in ideas and validate and go through that whole process of validating it. I guess that's what he was saying in that tweet, but maybe. Yeah, I think that I don't really see any like crazy updates since our stream. I think people are just kind of catching on to what this could potentially be, um, because this is very similar concept to like a Kelly Claude, for example.
Yeah. No. Okay. Interesting.
Kelly Claude is
Nonetheless,
just an app factory. This is a startup factory, but a factory nonetheless, a pump fund of startups, if you will.
No, I think great stuff to cover. Maybe I'll do a quick TLDR on Pumpcade so you guys have an idea of what we're going into here with that.
And I'll pull up the chart too.
Okay, sweet. So here is what Pop Punk has to say. And I guess I'll tab over this first.
Yep.
Or no, rather do this. Okay. He goes, what an incredible journey in the last 6 months have been. I launched Pumpcade on Pump Fund to build a side project, which very quickly became my full focus. For 5 months, I shipped this product totally alone in public without paying myself a dime. Last month, I was selected as a winner of Pump Fund's hackathon, and everything changed. Within a matter of days, I filled this round with massive oversubscription with a live token, unheard of on Pump Fund. This is unheard of, which is why I'm really interested to have this conversation, because not only did he win the Pump Fund hackathon, but he has a live token, and he went and raised an additional $750,000, right? Because Pump Fund gave him a $250,000 check, and then he went and raised another $750,000 oversubscribed round. And people don't like bidding when there's existing tokens. We know like the effects that this has had. So super interesting stuff there. Pump Fund is creating a new paradigm for building a company on chain, and there is no better lead investor for Pumpcade than them. This is of course in reference to the raise they did. Now I'm proud to have structured capital to execute on Pump Fund's vision. On Pumpcade's vision. With Pumpcade, we are setting up to build out a new model for prediction markets, faster markets, instant resolution, internet native. I want to give a massive thank you to Pumpcade community, as none of this could have happened without their support. They allowed me to bootstrap from day zero and build better future for prediction markets. Lastly, I want to thank Foundation Camp and Radio Solace, both of which immediately saw the vision from the very first call and decided to back us. It's time to pump your Cade until you jackpot. And you can see here they raised $1 million. So it'll be interesting to get more of the dig into more of what exactly it is, Pumpcade is building. And I'll even pull up the platform real quick, but look at that chart. I mean, here, I'll just tab it over the chart. chart's absolutely insane. You can trade it on Trojan here in the bottom left corner. Just scan the QR code. But yeah, this chart is absolutely insane and holding up better than pretty much anything I've seen on Solana recently. So any TA notes on this?
I mean, not much to note here. We're up, 10x, 11x off the bottom. That's a massive move. If you guys want to trade this on Trojan, just go to the link in the notes there, right, that you saw on screen a moment ago, trojan.com/@MCG. But yeah, this is insane. Massive move off the bottom, 11x. I mean, not really much from a TA perspective. I mean, if we're looking for entries, this is likely a good DLMMing opportunity for anything. And I think this is what I love about DLMMing is you can kind of get in. You don't need to be early. You just need to know what is capturing volume. And obviously this is. So you can DLM this whole thing all the way down. And that would be a good way to play this. Or maybe you wait for a pullback to some of these levels, some of these lower levels down here. This was a level of somewhat that we've tested. It's golden pocket, not really much to say on this. There's not a lot of support and resistance that's like super established on this chart.
I think you nailed it, right? Just a DLMM here where you start bidding from the top and you just run it all the way down. What's nice about Pumpcade is they just raised $1 million round. So this is one of those ones that's not like they're not here now and they're gone tomorrow. This is one of the ones, It's not like a meme coin where you DLMM it and has a chance to really go to zero. Of course, not financial advice. Anything can go to zero. But it's one of those ones that likely at least find some sort of support at some level. So a DLMM really makes a lot of sense on this.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I think that's where the sweet spot is. But yeah, I'm interested. I'm excited for this conversation. Really interested to see, what they're building and also a little bit about the tokenomics. I want to hear a little bit about that. I don't know if there's, what happens when there's equity involved, when you're raising from these funds, how does the token capture the value from the business, all that good stuff. So I think we're going to have extremely nice conversation here. I think we have Pop Punk in the waiting room as well. So
absolutely. Well, let's get him up here. And Crypto Jones, we'll circle back to this. I have seen Ether, pretty cool what they're building. So we'll circle back at the end of the show. But without further ado, man, let's get the man, the myth, the legend himself, Pop Punk. Punk, you hear us? Can you hear us, Pop Punk?
Maybe some tech issues there.
There we go. I can hear you. What's up, guys?
There we go.
Sweet. You sound good on our end. Dude, this has been, I think, a pretty electric span of like 15 days for you guys, as you have gone from winning a hackathon to Pump Fund leading a raise for you guys, making $1 million. You've hired 2 more people. You said you went from a side project to this is like your full-time thing now. Really excited to just get the full recap and kind of see where your head's at and like how you're feeling throughout this whole thing, because it must be pretty insane. So great to meet you, Pop Punk. Are we going to call you Pop Punk the whole time, or do you have a name you go by?
You can call me Harrison, which is my first name. You don't have to say Pop Punk.
Perfect. Okay, well, we're rocking with you, Harrison. You are doxed. So this is, you're a forward-facing founder, which is nice. But I would like to hear a bit about yourself, maybe what you saw happening here with prediction markets and, how you decided to build or get into building a prediction market yourself and what you're working on. So maybe a bit of background first to start, Harrison.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I've been in crypto since like 2015, working in it professionally since 2019, worked at Gemini, bunch of different startups like protocol engineering at places, ran my own gas optimization auditing firm, worked at Limit Break most recently. And then I launched this silly little side project on Pump Fun called Pumpcade. It started as like a sloppy Twitch Plays Pokemon clone where people would type in the chat on a Pump Fun live stream and it would control a puzzle game. Wheels just like kept like turning and turning in my head and thinking like, all right, where could I go with this? What could I do? And I had really been watching, Polymarket and Kalshi just explode and just have like the most proven product market fit with speculating on outcomes. But then I looked on the flip side, there's potentially days where $1 billion is traded on chain in one day with meme coins. And the holding patterns of traders are just going down and down and down. I think the last figure we saw was 100 seconds last year down to 58 seconds. Those types of traders, they probably don't want to lock their capital on a polymarket market for a day, a week, a month, 2 years until the next election. These people have 58-second holding patterns. They want to buy low, sell high, and they want the time in between the buy and the sell to be as short as possible. So I thought, how can we apply this to prediction markets? And the thought process, the first thing was really, so many of these markets, they're ambiguous. They can't be resolved instantly. So what do we do? So Pumpcade's main thesis and core feature is markets that automatically resolve between 1 and 30 seconds. So in order to automatically resolve a prediction market, what you have to do is restrict what the market can be. So you can't have like these ambiguous markets like, will the guys say this word? Like what will happen, on this day, 6 months in the future? You have to lock it to things like, for example, what Pumpcade offers is the price of a token, the price of oil, gold, traffic congestion rates, like sports stuff. So if you can automatically resolve a market, the market could be any duration because the starting value, the ending value. So all we have to do is just diff them at the end and see what happens. So this was really like the eureka moment I had. And it was like, okay, we just limit the markets to only things we can automatically resolve. This way, you can almost trenchify prediction markets and make them like, it's the same trading UX if you're trading a meme coin as opposed to a Pumpcade market. It's a short period of time. And in this case, Pumpcade prediction markets are actually like a little bit safer to trade than meme coins because you don't run the risk of some slimy KOL coming in, bundling the market and rug pulling you immediately after. And this was, I've been building this for the past 6 months on my own. Won the Pump Hackathon. Immediately after winning the Pump Hackathon, pretty much everything changed. In the span of 2 days, I had like a multiple times oversubscribed pre-seed round. And yeah, I mean, that's where we're at today.
Okay, absolutely wild stuff. Firstly, congratulations on this Pump Fun Hackathon win. When you guys were going into this, building Pumpcade, you had a really strong community. Was this going through your mind like, hey, we have a really good shot of winning this Pump Fun Hackathon? You obviously, I think you had to apply for that. So, what's your thinking here? And were you surprised when you saw this win come through? And yeah.
To be completely honest, like I got connected with Pump pretty quickly after I created my project, Pumpcade, just because, as much as people want to shit on Pump, like in terms of like as a trader and stuff, the experience is completely different. Like if you're a builder, Pump wants to do everything in their power to support you. So Pump was like helping me and having calls with me and asking like what's working with Pump, what doesn't work with like Pump as a builder since pretty much the beginning. When I saw the hackathon come out, it was actually pretty interesting because I intentionally wanted this project to be like by the community for the community in the sense that when the token launched, I only bought 1.5% of the supply. And then the hackathon comes out and it's like, the requirement is 10%. And I'm like, crap, like this token is trading in the millions right now. But without even asking, community members that got in early donated 8.5% of the supply, got me to 10%. Wow. And yeah, it was actually nuts. Like the Pumpcade community is one of the strongest communities. But yeah, I mean, I saw the hackathon. I kind of figured I was like a front runner just because like the Pumpcade token has been doing well comparatively to other projects. I have a decent following. The Pumpcade account has a decent following. And really like what I've done from day zero is essentially like build in public, which is the name of the hackathon. I've shared every update. I've posted 10-minute devlogs. I've shared every feature and stuff. So when I won, it was obviously surprising because you don't know how many thousands and thousands of projects have applied. But as soon as I won, like it was just so satisfying to see like, cool, now I have like direct backing from Pump. And then yeah, like the ways that Pump works immediately after you win the hackathon is nuts. Like I assumed like, hey, maybe there'll be like a little ramp up period, like we'll get to know each other. And that was not the case. Within 24 hours, I was pitching in VC calls, like with Pump in there with me. And yeah, I mean, the rest is history with that.
Okay, so I want to get into the VC stuff a little bit and chill out. You can jump in whenever you feel like you need to. But I want to ask you something because you mentioned you felt like price was holding up really well. You had a really strong community. A lot of people try to crack this code. Like we see so many launches a day. Some really great ideas, others awful ideas. But you've cracked something special where, like you said, during a really bad market, I mean, not only has price gone up, and I don't want to make this about price necessarily, but you held a really nice price and the community continued to stay strong and active. Like, as some advice to other founders, what do you think you can attribute that to?
Yeah, I mean, so obviously I do want to like preface this with like this is a your mileage may vary. Like you might have a really cool project that people love, but like maybe the token doesn't catch on. But I mean, really, I think the biggest thing is just building in public and being transparent because like it sounds like a no-brainer to do those things, but for so long we haven't seen people do that. Like I'm not saying you have to be doxxed, but like share as much as you can with your community, almost to the point where you're oversharing. Like I was posting devlogs, I was posting new features. I was even like writing like articles and like long form tweets and diagrams about like, hey, what if I did this and stuff like that. But I really think that like the transparency and like showing your community like what your goals are, what your vision is probably the best way to just like get people on board. And I do think like Pump's hackathon, I think, is a really good thing. And especially like with all the hackathon winners and then Pumpcade especially, like I want to show people that launching a token first is not always a death sentence. Like, yes, it might not work out, but in my opinion, if you launch a token on Pump Fun and you gather community support, creator fees can generate revenue for it, that should really be all you need to prove, like, is this a good idea? Build the MVP with the money you get from creator fees and then raise money. Because I think too many people are making the issue of, you know, they launch something, it's like sorry, not they launch something, but they have an idea in their brain, they're pre-product, they don't even have an MVP, and they go to VCs, and you're basically bending over backwards for a VC being like, I need to raise 2 million, 5 million, whatever, when you still have an idea. Where like, why do that as opposed to like launch a token, see if people actually like it, see if the community supports it, see if you can generate money from creator fees, prove that your product is something that is worth a VC funding, and then you can fund it. And that's the exact path that I did with Pumpcade. And I hope that what Pump is doing with this build in public and like builder tokens, I hope that does catch on, because I think it'll save a lot of people a lot of headaches. And I also think it'll ultimately save a lot of VCs from writing checks into bad companies, because they're writing checks into these pre-product companies, pre-idea companies, whereas let people build, get like a generic idea of what they want to build, see if the community supports it, and then take it from there.
So, in your opinion, like that's very interesting of a path, because I think your path is like the first. You're kind of trailblazing, if you will. But what happens to the token like after you raise? So you begin by kind of putting your idea out there. You let the market decide like how good your idea is. You earn from some creator fees. You raise from VCs. But now what? Like, what happens to the token eventually? Does it fall off? Does it get integrated into the product? Like, how are like long-term investors thinking about
So
the
you
token?
definitely, you can't let the token fall off. And like, to speak to that point, like I was trying to fundraise for the last couple months before the Pump Fund hackathon, and I had half of a round committed for like 4 months. And like the biggest thing is like 90% of VCs told me drop the token, just don't associate with the token, drop a new token like in the future. And I was never going to do that, because for Pumpcade, the token is the most important thing. Like the token is how I connected with Pump Fund, Privy, Solana Foundation, all of these people. So you do have to keep the token like as a core part of your product. And you'll see in the next couple of weeks, we have some announcements coming of like how Pumpcade, like the token, is very important to the project in terms of utility and other things. But it like, I don't like want to like confuse people and have people think that you just use the token in the beginning to like make money and then raise from VCs and then like screw the token holders, because ultimately like these token holders, these early people that buy your token, are going to be the ones that like send you to the places like where you're able to go, like, which in my case was like I was able to quit my job, I was able to connect with all these people, I was able to raise VC capital, and that's something that I was able to do with a live token. And I think for me, the Pumpcade raise is most impressive because I raised venture capital with a live token. And that, I think, is something that we're going to continue to see more. And I hope that Pumpcade can be an example for others that want to do that.
So what's so difficult about, just so that the audience has proper context on this, what's so difficult about raising with a live token?
Yeah. So, I mean, first and foremost, VCs want the TGE. They want the token from the beginning. The other biggest thing, really, and like I've spoken to other people about this, like we'll just use the case of like a lot of these Pump Fund hackathon projects, for example. There are some amazing hackathon projects, really cool tech, really cool ideas, but their token is only 50K market cap. How can you go to a VC and be like, hey, I want you to invest at a 10 million equity valuation, and oh, by the way, my token is 50K market cap. Like, what incentive does a VC have to invest at a 10 mil equity valuation, especially with a token that's that low? If they really want exposure, they can get a lot more exposure by just putting, you know, a lot more money into the token, which is really cheap, and they'll have a lot more ownership of the token. So it's really like a mix of like a traditional equity investor probably doesn't want to go near the token. You could have maybe some liquid funds that want to invest in your token, but then think about it: if your token is 50K market cap, if you want to raise, you know, $1 million or $2 million pre-seed, it's not possible when your token is that low. You could give away 50% of your token and only get $25,000, which, like, where is that going to take you trying to build a company?
Right. So I guess what's the solution? I'm a project. I want to raise, I have a great product. Maybe I'm lacking community, maybe I'm lacking on the token traction side. So, you know, it hasn't gone to 500K, a million, 5 million, or whatever the market cap is to justify such a valuation for an investment from a VC. How does a founder fix that?
I mean, I really think that it's a lot on the founder itself. And I know, like, it sounds like, oh, like this was really easy and stuff for me to do, but you have to make sure that people realize that the token is still core to your business. You obviously don't want the token to be the product. Like, a lot of companies make a mistake and it's like the token is a product, the market cap is the product. But you just have to continuously build and get people to believe in what you're building. And if you're really selling people on what your product is, they're going to want to hold the token if you're clear that the token is really part of what you're building. So you have to just build transparently, build, more importantly, a product that people like. And if you're getting traction on the idea and people like it, there's no reason for someone to not want to buy the token, to be a part of it, to essentially hold like ownership in that way.
Got it. And so I guess my question would be, what would be that utility? Does it depend on like what you're building? Like, because we've seen cases where you try to add some sort of token gated utility feature that just kind of adds more friction. What would be that key utility for a company to say, hey, like, I'm not giving up on the token, and this is the utility that kind of ties it all together, kind of brings the community into what you're building.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously it's company dependent, it's protocol dependent, it's based on what
Right.
you're building. I really can't speak on behalf of Pumpcade yet, just because we're not ready to make that announcement yet. And I do
Mhm.
think that a lot of people try and like they try and jump to finding a utility for the token way too quick, just to please like essentially people that don't really care and they just want to see number go up. I think it's really important to derive a actual strong utility other than like, oh, you have to hold the token in order to do this, or you have to hold the token in order to do this. You really need a utility, and you want to make people kind of think like, how, if this company succeeds, does the token benefit from this? And that's the key part, that it's worth spending a ton of time in and not like making rash, quick announcements before you're ready. Because the biggest thing about building with a live token is you can't be discouraged from short-term price movements. Like, there were times when, you know, Pumpcade went to an all-time high. It went to like 15 mil, and then the entire market crapped itself. Token went down to like 1.5 or something mil market cap. My DMs were flooded with people, and they're like, "Can you tweet something to fix it? Can you tweet something to fix it?" But you have to realize that like this isn't a meme coin. Like, you're building a product, and this is the token for your product. So as a builder, you have to have the long-term mindset. You can't get discouraged from just like short-term price movements. And that, I think, is a really important thing, because I think in cases like that, if a token isn't performing or there's a sharp dip, I think a lot of founders are really eager to try and just do like a quick corrective action in order to like satisfy people short term. But you have to have that long-term mindset.
So I do want to jump off token so we can get to some other stuff as well. But I got one last question on it. You just did an equity round, raised $1 million at some valuation, sold equity. I'm not sure how much. But with that being said, how are you thinking about the token in terms of equity compared to like a network effect token? And I'll give you an example here. We see like Bedrock, for example, Meteor's newest product. You know, being able to add 30% equity on chain, or something like a Soar or Straight, who's doing their own kind of iterations around equity on chain. And like, it's not always black and white. Sometimes tokens are much better having a network effect token, like we see a lot of these layer ones having. How are you thinking about that? Is a token and the equity kind of going to be adjacent to each other, one and the same, or is it more so, okay, we're going to find a way to have a network effect surrounding this token?
Yeah, so I mean, as much as I would love to give an answer, I can't comment on that right now. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Okay, valid. Well, what I will ask then is you made 2 hires recently. Okay, so you guys did get the funding, $1 million oversubscribed. So actually, I'll jump to that. Let's talk about that before we get into the hires. You raised $1 million oversubscribed. How was that process? You said Pump kind of helped you with that.
It was I've raised venture capital in the past, and what I can say is this Pumpcade pre-seed round was the easiest round I've ever raised. Like within 2 days, we had the round multiple times oversubscribed. Obviously, an oversubscribed pre-seed round, you can kind of draw your conclusions of what's coming next off of that. But yeah, I mean, it was really easy just knowing that, like, you know, Pump supporting your project is very, very big, and I think if you're a builder right now, like a solo dev or something like that, you should try and explore kind of the path that I took with Pumpcade, because it's pretty beneficial to have one of the most successful companies in the history of our industry kind of like backing you and going to bat for you. And that really obviously helped raising this round.
Yeah, no, absolutely a great answer. So you got $1 million, way oversubscribed. You probably go to, you know, from pre-seed to seed pretty soon, considering your oversubscribed nature. You know, talk to me about what you're going to do with those funds. You got $1 million now. Oh, and I keep doing this, but before, give me the pitch, right? Clearly these people really liked your pitch. These VCs saw it and they were like, okay, we can subscribe to this. If you could make that a 1 minute, 2 minute pitch for everyone, what did that look like when you came into these rooms with these VCs and these funds, you know, trying to get that money?
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of this pitch is really like, you know, fortunately, obviously, because I built in public, a lot of VCs reached out to me and they already knew what the product was. But it wasn't really that hard to sell to people because, you know, it kind of makes sense. Like prediction markets have proven the demand for wanting to speculate on things, but look how much more capital moves on chain every single day from these short-term traders. What we wanted to do is blend prediction markets and the trenches into, you know, a new financial like instrument to whatever to trade on. And one of the biggest things too is like, we have proof, we have multiple cases of ambiguous markets just being a catastrophe on like Polymarket and Call Sheet. Like we saw, did Zelensky wear the suit? Did Cardi B perform at the Super Bowl?
Right.
Ayatollah leaving office? All of those problems are kind of solved by Pumpcade, because Pumpcade wouldn't have those problems in the first place, because we're only going to allow you to create a market that can automatically be resolved. And it's kind of a lot more core to like the crypto ethos, whereas like, you know, you don't need a committee to resolve these markets. If you're using the proper data source, the market should resolve automatically. You know instantly if you won or lost, and then you can take your money to the next market. So that was like most of the core like pitching of Pumpcade is really like, you know, what I'm doing here is I'm trenchifying the prediction markets, and that's what Pumpcade is.
Yeah, you know, yeah, you mentioned making everything resolve on chain and kind of the importance of this, and also the hold times we're seeing go down, just the appetite, I think, for people to want these quick resolution options. And that's, you know, I think what you predicated your thesis around Pumpcade around. How are you thinking about Solana blockchain being the blockchain to resolve Pumpcade? Why is like that the route you guys decided to go?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. So for the last 7 years of my career, I was a builder on Ethereum and EVM chains, but you know, the dev tooling, honestly, and the developer experience on Solana has gotten substantially better. I have historically like tweeted in the past, like pretty critical of Solana for how poor the developer experience is. And it's definitely night and day now. And the speed of Solana, and most importantly, like for a product like Pumpcade, because like sort of the users that we're interested in, at least early on, is pretty much like a one-to-one overlap with a pump fund user. It's these people that, you know, they're degens, they love to like quote unquote gamble, they need some new kind of casino. Like all of that capital is on Solana. And we can see that based off of like, there really has never been another chain to long-term do well in meme coins or as well as Solana. Like BNB might occasionally pop off. You'll have like a week on base where it's really hot, but all of that liquidity and like all of the target users for Pumpcade are on Solana.
No, I think that's a fantastic answer. Okay, you get $1 million. You hire 2 new people. Tell me a little bit about those hires.
Yeah, so I knew from the start, like I could not continue to build this solo the entire time. I spent 6 months splitting my time between, you know, fundraising, meetings, partnerships, and development. I'm married. I have a 7-month-old baby. I cannot run myself to the bone. So I knew as soon as I could get capital, the first hires that I need to make are engineering, because I need to scale this. I need people that have proven experience building apps. So my first two hires are Steve. His Twitter is Stioni. He was my co-founder at a previous company. We were coworkers in the past. I have experience working 18 hours a day with this dude for like 18 months. Like, we really grinded at a startup. The other one is Narzilla. He was a coworker with us as well at Limit Break. Have known this guy for years. Worked in very early DeFi days, ran a bunch of stuff at Badger DAO, which had like $2 billion TVL. Really, these two guys, I just needed hyper technical guys that I knew that I could trust, and I knew that would like be down to like go from 0 to 1, because I still consider Pumpkade at 0. I shipped a minimum viable product, a beta, and we really needed to take this to the next level and go to mainnet and scaling and beyond. And I knew like immediately that these were the two guys I had to hire. Didn't even have to do an interview process because I've worked with them in the past. And yeah, I'm very happy with the decisions.
You said engineers. You needed an engineer. You needed to iterate, ship. Maybe talk me through the platform. Right now it's under construction, right? So if I tap over here, I can't really see too much, but tell me about the experience, the UI, the feel that Pumpkade gives when you log onto the platform and trade these prediction markets.
Yeah. So I've tweeted like a bunch of like photos and videos and stuff of what the platform looks like. The reason why it's under construction right now is we just started working with a design studio, and we're doing like a ground up 100% redesign of the platform, with the goal really being the most fun place to make or lose money on the internet. And it's kind of an entire new thing. It's a prediction market blended with like a token terminal, like meme coin trading platform. But yeah, I mean, the engineers are super important. I'm not just hiring engineers, of course. I'm bringing on people for marketing, growth, all of that stuff. But being an engineer myself, to me, the most important thing is getting the product first, because it's not worth spending time trying to sell a product to people that's trash. So that's why we're full engineering focused right now, at least heads down until we're ready to have a product that's ready to go to mainnet. And then yeah, I mean, you're going to see rapid hiring from the Pumpkade team.
Question on that go to market. We know prediction markets have been very, very hot. It's like that Kalshi poly market head to head. I want to ask you, what does your competition look like necessarily on like on-chain settlement, on-chain prediction markets? And then kind of what's your go to market for this? How do you edge out that competition and kind of put yourself up there with the Kalshis, with the poly markets?
So unfortunately, the go-to-market I cannot speak to. A lot of things I can't talk about. But in terms of competitors, I mean, like, people might say, oh, you're a prediction market, your competitor is Polymarket, your competitor is Kalshi. I don't see them as competitors. I see us as building something entirely new, fresh, and different. And it's for a different type of trader. We're building for people that want to trade quick, people that want to trade fast. Polymarket is sort of these longer edge markets and stuff like that. So I don't really see Pumpkade having any strong competitors, at least right now, that I'm nervous about. I really think that like we're just going to build, we're going to ship what we're building. And I think that new competitors are going to pop up to chase Pumpkade really fast.
Got you. Talk to me about roadmap, and chill. Feel free to jump in wherever you guys want, or Josh as well. You can come up. But talk to me about roadmap. What are you guys working on? Obviously, I have this tweet up. It says this week we've worked on UX improvement, a brand new highly scalable backend, protocol changes. Can you walk me through anything on this roadmap that you guys are like really working on heads down?
Yeah, so the UX improvements, I think, is just surfacing a lot more important data to the users. Also in that UX improvements is obviously a full, like, actual ground up rebuild, reimagination of what the platform looks like. In terms of the backend, obviously I wrote this all myself. Like, this wasn't intended to be out there for 100,000 concurrent active users to use. So the backend is being fully rewritten by Stioni. Basically, we're taking a lot of what we've learned at some of these other companies that we've worked at, that have built highly scalable infrastructure, and we're doing that with Pumpkade because we want to go out of the gate supporting any number of users. The worst thing that can happen is your platform launches, it's crashing on day one, and it's hard to get those users back. And then lastly, Narzilla right now is actually writing a full rewrite of the Pumpkade protocol. There's a lot of really, really cool features in here that I'll be able to tweet about soon when we kind of like nail it down, like the security side and the audits and stuff. But I think that like, I can truly say that Pumpkade's prediction market protocol is going to smoke anything else that's out there. Like, it's just going to be so efficient, so high, so tuned specifically for what we're doing with some other interesting things that I think people aren't going to expect.
Back to the $1 million raised. Do you guys have like a run rate on that? How long is this supposed to last? How long did you raise for? 18 months in the future? Seems like you have another round kind of pre-planned already, but I don't know. What's your run rate and like the duration here on that $1 million?
Yeah, so I mean, without getting into too specifics, it's over a year of runway with that money. There are other factors and stuff at play, but I mean, you'll see. I mean, you can probably guess like what I'm hinting at, but the round was very oversubscribed. Yeah.
Okay, makes a ton of sense. Can you talk me through a bit about like traction on the platform? Maybe volumes, traction. I know you can't really get into go to market and like growth strategies here, but maybe currently what you have in terms of numbers.
So Pumpcade was in private beta for like 2.5, 3 months. Gated behind an access code, essentially. Every once in a while, I'd tweet out an access code. It would get fully used up like immediately. We have about 600 users that have used the private beta. We have a little over 1,000 markets and like 4,000 predictions. Obviously, this is all on testnet, which is cool to me to see. Like every time I would go on the beta, I would see like recent activity and stuff, which is cool because it's not incentivized. It's not real money. It's people that actually just like the product and find it interesting and want to play with it and maybe get an edge like over others when it comes out. But the traction has been super strong for a testnet product. Obviously, like I'm not going to come on here and like flex testnet numbers. We've seen chains do that and it's embarrassing. But I mean, the traction is good because people like using the product and they know that they're using it to explore it and have fun with it. They're not being rewarded, which that is when a testnet user is important to me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The flexing about Tesla numbers is crazy, but it does sound like the traction is really good for you guys. So I'm glad to hear that. Josh had a question here in private. He asks, what does the trading experience feel like? So I guess when you envision this and you talk about the UX you're looking to really nail down, what is that experience you really are targeting for the audience?
I mean, I think to me, it has to be a much more fun way to trade prediction markets because on a lot of these markets, you go on like long-term markets, there's not much movement. Like the odds aren't rapidly changing often, like when you're looking at the page. Whereas on Pumpcade, these markets could be as short as 60 seconds long. So there's going to be a lot of activity. There's going to be a lot of movement and swings and like probability and stuff like that. And I think that we're trying to make that core to the UX and just giving people a really easy and intuitive way to trade. Obviously, there's going to be no pop-ups. It's all like privy gas sponsor transactions and stuff. And we're really just setting you up to place predictions as quickly as possible because we know that these markets move super quick.
Got you. I feel like I've covered a lot in terms of what I'm looking to get through, but there's been so much in these last couple of weeks. So maybe anything you have to.
I do have some questions around just tokenomics. If you have anything planned, obviously popular ones are like Hyperliquid, where they use a percentage of the fees or something like that with buybacks. Just thoughts on tokenomics.
Yeah, I mean, so I can't really speak on specifics. Like I've said, like there will be stuff that comes out. It's just not ready to come out yet. But I mean, traditionally for a product like that's early, like Pumpcade, I think that doing buybacks are really just throwing away money because you're not going to generate enough revenue to outpace sell pressure. Early on, I had thoughts like, yeah, it'd be nice to have fees automatically go into buying and burning the token, but you're really just throwing away money unless you're a huge, like if you can afford to put 7 figures a day into buybacks like Pump and Hyperliquid can, yeah, by all means do that. I think it's good, but we're still even seeing like a bad market downturn can't outpace the sell pressure of the market on those tokens. So yeah, I mean, there's going to be stuff that comes out about the token, being really careful with legal and also making sure like what we say is a good plan and what we're actually going to do. Because the last thing I want to do is say something that's not really a good plan, have people hold me to it and just have people get pissed about that.
Great answer. Maybe actually a better one is, what is the fee/revenue model there?
So Pumpcade will take fees on every single prediction. Parts of those fees will go back to users in some way. I can say that. But yeah, I mean, that's all I could really speak to on that point. We don't have like official fee numbers and stuff like dialed in and finalized yet. But yeah, try and answer like as much as I can, like obscurely with some of these questions.
So maybe then I'll give you a lead on to that because this tweet kind of summarizes as well, and talking about fees, how you guys will generate money. But what is the TAM of this market? You mentioned the total addressable market really excites you. Do you have like a number on that TAM, and then kind of just like the vision of how you guys capture that?
I mean, I think the total addressable market of Pumpcade is really like the actual intersection of Polymarket and Pump Fund. So the total number of users that are trading on prediction markets, and then the total number of users that are trading like on chain, on Pump Fund, and these other launch pads every day. Because what we're doing is blending it. And for someone that knows prediction markets, they can come to Pumpcade. They already know how it works. For someone that frequently trades meme coins on Pump Fund and stuff, you can come to Pumpcade and you already understand the UX and like what you're doing on there. And then even outside and beyond, like we're going to make it really, really native to Web2 people. Like first, like everything is dollar values. You'll be able to use your debit card to deposit. You don't even have to know that the platform is crypto. We're going to support multiple chains through cross-chain deposits and stuff. So it's really anyone that wants to do something quickly will be a user for Pumpcade.
That's a great answer. You have to do it this way. You have to. Some community questions from Nard here. Can you share more about the incentive structure for streamers when people are predicting in their chats? Maybe even give us a little background on your thoughts there, because we haven't really touched like streamers and I guess instant finality on predictions while people are streaming. So
yeah, so basically like live stream predictions were like kind of like the earliest thoughts about Pumpcade. They're still a core part. They're not like the entire part of it now. But what is interesting to me is historically, since pretty much 2020, so many Web2 creators are just petrified to do anything with crypto because there were so many scams, NFTs, tokens, and these large creators, they're not going to drop a token. They're not going to do any of that anymore because they realize you drop a token, it's tied to you. You have to post about it all the time. Otherwise, you know, you're going to get death threats like in your DMs. We're kind of seeing that with like Bags letting anyone launch a token for anyone. So Pumpcade is an interesting way to allow a streamer to have access to the liquidity and volume of crypto without tying anything to their reputation. So if you create a market, say, you know, someone is streaming League of Legends, you create a market, will he win this next game? The streamer doesn't even have to know that this exists. Pumpcade will automatically generate a wallet via Privy that's linked to their Twitch or Kick username, and it'll just slowly collect fees. They'll get a small fee share from every single prediction in their chat. The cool thing is, like I said, they don't even have to know that it exists. So down the line, months later, you know, we might be able to tweet at them like, hey, at this streamer, you have money sitting in this wallet. It's not tied to you. This is just dollar bills that are waiting for you, and they can collect it and claim it. So it's kind of like a way for a streamer to have access to like another revenue stream outside of having to tie something specifically to their name.
You're muted, Dom.
Oh, thanks, Josh. To get more thoughts on this, we've seen the emergence of gambling just happen like so much more in these last couple of years, predominantly around sports betting. I mean, I know you, Josh, myself probably has a million friends that are betting on every single game, even if they know nothing about it. Also seeing things like the Grammys and UFC start to integrate live prediction markets during their shows. Clearly, this is becoming the type of media people want to consume, where they can like get an active angle on it to where they can bet on things. Maybe just talk me through the vision of that. Like, where are we in 5 years in terms of every show, every live stream, every live event having some sort of like prediction market attached to it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's inevitable that we're getting to that. Like, the more that like meme coins and prediction markets have gotten more popular, it really is like people hate it, but they're like, oh, it's everything is the casino, the hyper financialization of everything. I think anything that, you know, that people want to be able to speculate and put money on, people should be able to. And that was kind of the driving things when I started Pumpcade, is like, I love League of Legends. I've watched people stream League on Twitch since it was still called Justin TV like 15 years ago. And I've always thought like it'd be cool if I could put money down, you know, on this round. Like maybe I'm in TeamSpeak at the time, like sharing screen, like my
this
friend.
This guy said TeamSpeak. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I'm dating myself. I'm aging myself. Here. But yeah, I mean, you think about it, like if you have friends and you're watching a stream together, like you know, have like nice, fun gentlemen's bets and stuff. And then Pumpcade automatically resolves it with Riot Games, like the League of Legends API. So I do think, you know, we're going to see more speculation on more things. And I think that Pumpcade is going to drive a lot of that, just because inherently our tech stack lets you create a market on literally anything that has a verifiable data source. And this gets into crazy shit. Like, in our beta, we supported markets on the percentage of McDonald's ice cream machines that are currently out of service, because we're able to get data on that. We can have you.
How do you get data on that?
There's an API called McBroken. And essentially, this guy like 10 years ago wrote like this script. And what it does is it goes to every single McDonald's on Uber Eats and it checks to see if the ice cream cone is available. And based on that, he can derive basically a map and a percentage, and we can support markets on that. Like, we can have you speculating on your morning commute to see if like your J train in Brooklyn is going to be delayed. We can have you speculating on if your flight is going to get delayed. It's almost like hedging your bets and stuff. Like, really anything that has a verifiable data source, Pumpcade's going to let you put your money on. And I know a lot of people probably don't like that, but I'm such a fan of it.
Harrison, you're a
that's
legend.
a wild feature.
I also know you're a millennial because you said TeamSpeak. I think the gamers will love this. And, you know, I haven't seen like Polymarket, et cetera, really crack into gaming in a meaningful way. And we saw PMX pop up as like this, you know, kind of permissionless way to deploy markets. And people thought, oh, you know, streamers might deploy markets. But frankly, we haven't really seen it gain traction totally yet. I think this has a good shot of success. I don't know if you would consider yourself a permissionless platform to deploy markets. Is that fair to say or not?
Yeah, I mean, we are permissionless. Anyone can create a market, and actually the person that creates the market generates a small percentage of the fees as well, and it costs them nothing to do that. So that's to incentivize users to spread our markets like wildfire. But we do allow anyone to create a market. It's just restricted to certain things that we've built. So, you know, you'll be able to select, I don't know, crypto, and you can define the token that you want the market to be on, or stocks or commodities. You pick the asset. But in order to allow these to be automatically resolved, you have to have some guardrails. Because if you let someone create a market, like if you let a streamer create a market and it's like, will I say the word banana in the next minute? Like, it is just so fucking gameable. Like, you don't want to allow that, which is why we're permissionless in the sense that anyone can create the market, but we're kind of permissioned in the sense where we tell you what you can create a market on. And the reason for that is we want you to know the second that market ends, it's going to be automatically resolved correctly. And you don't have to worry about going through a dispute process or ambiguity or the fine print wrecking you.
Yeah, maybe talk on that a little bit. Like, there's, you know, Nard talking about manipulation here. Obviously, a lot of people worry about, you know, manipulation around these markets, government employees, etc. I think you tapped on that a little bit, but like, do you have like some dispute resolution? I don't know. Maybe summarize thoughts on that.
Yeah, so we have a ton of plans with our new protocol where there will be like validators and stuff like that. But ultimately, like, if someone is willing, if a streamer is willing to game one market and then get banned from Pumpcade and no longer ever being able to generate fees from it again for one market, you know, that's the risk that they want to take. Ultimately, you know, manipulation and throwing games and stuff exists in sports. Like, I don't think that should be like our problem to try and solve. Obviously, we should be doing deterrence to try and stop people from doing that. But ultimately, like, if the NBA and the NFL can't stop fixing sports, like, ultimately, we're not going to be able to do that either. We're going to take every step that we can to make it as safe as possible for users, though.
Got one more community question as well. They've been coming in hot today. Does Pumpcade, from Crypto Jones, does Pumpcade see itself as a standalone platform, or will it be integrated into popular platforms for more exposure?
Yeah, so there'll definitely be integrations. Obviously, every single market itself is going to aggregate onto Pumpcade's platform, but we have a browser extension that actually lets you do pretty much everything as like a sidecar, like on your Google Chrome or whatever. So if you go to a page that's supported, let's say you go on Yahoo Finance and you click Apple, you can create a prediction market on, will the price of Apple go up or down in 30 minutes, whatever. Anyone else that's there will see it. You could place predictions. So we really want to like move to like this speculate on anything and also speculate everywhere. An early version of Pumpcade actually directly injected like Pumpcade widgets onto pages. It just wasn't as scalable and like more confusing for the user. So we moved to like the sidecar approach, but you can definitely expect like a Pumpcade browser extension, a Pumpcade mobile app, direct integrations with platforms and stuff as we build out.
Maybe one last one on this is, who's the counterparty to these predictions? Are you working with market makers or something like that provide liquidity?
So Pumpcade is all pari-mutuel, peer-to-peer liquidity. So our markets work really similar to how horse racing works. So all bids go into the same pool. At the end of the market, the winning side takes the entire pool, distributed pro rata. We obviously have time weighting and a bunch of stuff, but at the simplest level, it's all peer-to-peer. So all it needs is one yes and one no. the reason why you take this approach is a centralized limit order book is not it's not built for a 1-minute market. It's built for long-term price discovery. So Pumpkade is all peer-to-peer. If you don't get one yes and one no, the market just won't create. But the reason that we do this is, Pumpkade is supported in beta on iMessage. We have Telegram. It should work for a 2-person text message on iMessage, to a 5-person Telegram group chat, to a Twitch stream with 30,000 people. Like, you really have to optimize for the most dire circumstances and then have it scale from there all the way up.
Got it. And I think there's enough agent automation these days that it kind of like is crowdsourcing market making. If there's a misprice somewhere, some Claude bot's gonna price that correctly.
Yeah, exactly. And like, I mean, to be fair, like, we've been reached out to by like top market making firms and stuff like that. So like, if it ever comes to that and we want to do that, obviously we can. But I just think that like, if there's an inefficient market, someone will find it programmatically. And yeah.
Sweet.
Cool.
We covered a lot. I mean, there's a ton here. Your background, just the fact that you've been able to raise, the new team hires, the platform UI, what's coming, maybe whatever we missed. It's been a packed, busy like couple weeks for you. And you want to throw something out there, now's your chance.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to thank like specifically the token holders, because none of this would be possible without them. They allowed me to quit my job. They motivated me the entire time. Being able to build in public and like tweet something out and immediately have like a couple hundred people that are instantly going to see it, like that love the token, they love the product, and they give feedback. Like, a lot of what I've built is driven based on the community. And yeah, I mean, just keep your eye out. We're going to be opening to a full open beta soon. And then mainnet will come after that. I can't give exact dates just because you never want to give a date and then not meet it. So yeah, just keep an eye out. Follow me on Twitter, follow my employees, follow Pumpkade, and yeah.
Okay, well, Harrison, that was a great conversation. Lots in the pipeline for you guys. So excited to follow. Maybe we'll have to get you back on when some of these more mysterious.
We'll play some live bets on the show.
That's right.
Awesome.
All right, catch you later. Peace.
Thanks so much.
Really interesting convo, and I'll pull Chill back up. Chill, what's up, bud? We had a little bit of a back and forth. Josh came on for a little while. Chill was on for a little while. It's been like I was off earlier.
I like it though. Nice little, we all kind of get to jump in and ask questions. I think that was a really nice interview though. I can't wait to see what he dropped. What's the utility that he drops? Because we have to understand this. Pumpkade is a trailblazer. They are the first to raise with a live token this like I'll say this. They are a trailblazer. Pumpkade is a trailblazer. And I think what they do on the utility side could likely set the tone for what other projects can do from a utility perspective in terms of integrating that into the tokenomics, integrating it into the utility in a way that doesn't add friction. I'm interested to see what he drops, and I think that will tell me everything I need to know.
Yeah, a few things I'll add to this. Oversubscribed first round. He said in about 2 days he was already oversubscribed on his round. There was $1 million. Assuming they sold about 10%, that's about a $10 million valuation. They're likely going to go on to their next round shortly, is what he was kind of insinuating, at least what I'm picking up. So I don't know. Likely they're at least at a $10 million valuation right now in terms of equity, and they'll probably go for a good bit more in their next round. So I don't know. Keep that in mind. I think
also, I think what's interesting to note on this, what you mentioned, Chill, is companies raising equity versus a token. Is the reason that the tokens existed was because there was no regulatory clarity. And basically what the SEC 2 weeks ago said is, hey, if you have a utility token, it's not a security. And so now all these tokens are like, oh, well, they can exist now. And so now it almost doesn't matter in some ways. And I'm sure holders are like, okay, I want to get, some equity and some ownership there. And you can figure it out over time. But I just think we're in this world where it's like the SEC said, hey, look, you have a token, doesn't necessarily mean it's a security automatically. It has to fit within this category of private equity or public equities specifically. Everything else is like, if it's a utility token, if it's like an art token, if it's a token for your product or platform, it's not a security. You don't need to worry about it.
Different
Yeah,
times, man.
100%.
Different times.
So here's a show structure for the rest of the stream, guys. We had a few hundred pop in since we started interviews. So first off, welcome guys to MCG. We'll be going through for the rest of the show macro segment, breaking news. Maybe Dom can go through like your breaking news first. I can do macro majors, and then we can get into some on-chain stuff. I actually have some pretty good. I think I found some pretty good alpha for you guys today.
Yo, hit alpha.
As far as
I want to see some of the alpha. What's the alpha?
all right.
What's the alpha? Come on, you can't stop you can't say alpha and then be like, oh, we'll get to it in 15 minutes from now. We need the alpha now.
It's all
right,
alpha,
so
Josh.
Yeah,
it's all.
I wanted to save this for when we're on stream. But yeah, you're right. It is all alpha at the end of the day. But no problem. Let me share my screen here. So I found this. I don't know what it is, and I found it right before we started stream. So I said, hey, look, I'm going to just look through this while I'm on stream. I'm going to react to it live with you guys. But
it's like Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Literally, there's some protocol that is called Fraudsworth, and it has a ton of attention around it right now. But this is what it is. Oh wow, what a banner, huh? Fraudsworth, the world's first market intelligence liquidity fund powered by Futarchy. So I have no idea like what this is just yet, but it sounded really interesting. And some of the tweets that I read about it, I was like, okay, like there's a community around this. There's something going on here. And typically when I pattern recognition, when there's something, when something piques my interest, it typically is something worthy of our time. Okay, so novels, fair, simply degen yet thoughtful design. I'm trying to see, okay, what is Fraudsworth? Here it is. The entire protocol revolves around one core mechanic: asymmetric taxes that flip every 30 minutes using verifiable randomness. Here's the loop. Every 30 minutes, their verifiable randomness protocol rolls new tax rates for two other tokens within the ecosystem. So it's a 3-token closed loop system that's built on Solana. So there are 3 tokens: crime, fraud, and profit. Yes, I know there's a ton of irony and satire there. So every 30 minutes, there's the verifiable randomness switchboard. It rolls new tax rates for the crime and fraud token. One token becomes cheap to buy and the other expensive to sell. The other gets the mirror: expensive to buy, cheap to sell. Think of it like finding a gas station selling premium for $2 on one side of the highway and $4 on the other side, and you just drive back and forth all day, filling up and selling. Except the prices change every 30 minutes, and nobody knows which pump is cheap next. So you see this sort of like gamified system where there are two things that you can do. You can buy something when it's cheap and then sell it to another place for a little bit more expensive. There's some sort of like arbitraging type of scenario going on here. It says this creates a soft peg between the 2 tokens that intentionally breaks every time the taxes flip, which opens up arbitrage windows. Bots race to close the spread. That trading activity generates taxes. Those taxes get a split. So 71% to profit stakers as sole rewards, 24% to something called the Carnage Fund, and then 5% to the Treasury. And we can see how this is a pretty long article here. So we can't go through like absolutely everything. Maybe I can even enlist the help of Grok to summarize this article for us, so we can get at least some of the core pieces of it. But you kind of get a sense of what this is already, right? And here's the Grok summary here. So the Carnage Fund detonates randomly to market buy and permanently burn crime or fraud tokens. That tightens supply. It fuels more volume. for the flywheel. No emissions, fixed or deflationary supplies with burnt mints, protocol owned permanent liquidity, and fully permissionless operations. So I guess through oh my goodness, roadmap includes internal arbitrage, pool diversification, and futarchy managed MILF fund, aiming for collective intelligence driven asset growth beyond sole correlation. So it reminds me of, to be honest, the
Tuna.
Tomb Fork.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I was gonna say tuna, but yeah.
It reminds me of Tomb Forks back from 2021. I don't know if you guys remember Tomb Forks from those days, Dom, but like they had 3 tokens. You know, you had like the one token that would kind of fluctuate in price. You had another token which you would stake to earn fees, and then you had like a third token that was also in the mix as well. So these like 3 token closed loop systems, there are like Tomb Forks of old. And if you can limit the downside, or not limit the downside, but if you can get some traction at the beginning, it does really good things for price. Now, here's what I'm going to do, guys. I have this on a bookmark. I'm going to summarize this probably in my TG or something like that. And so we can, you can look out either on my TG or on my Twitter. I might
MCG Alpha as well.
Yeah, MCG Alpha. So follow all the telegrams, link in our bio, link in my bio. Follow me, Chill TRD. I'll likely do something around this, but I'd like to go through some of the tokens that they have real quick. So they have 3 main tokens. They have Profit, right? They have Profit, they have Fraud, and they have something else. Here's the thing, though. It's not a pump fund token, and it's very hard to buy. That is also a reason why I'm interested in this, because there is this sort of like barrier to entry, and you really have to do your research in order to like get into this thing right now, because you can't just like just buy it like you buy many other things. And that's the
on
other side
Solana?
of it. They are on Solana, but that's the other side that I'm also trying to figure out is, okay, where can I buy this thing? So here's what we're gonna do. I'll show you guys the website real quick. Show you guys the website. And I don't know if you guys have noticed what's been happening, but there's been this, yes, it does sound chaotic. Indeed, it does. But there's been this like push on chain, this shift on chain happening to from trading like pump fund style way we've been trading the last year or two, to kind of going back to Telegram group chats, no X communities. Like everyone wants to go back to like buy bots on Telegram. If you're familiar with trenching back in ETH, in 23 and 24, then you know a lot about Telegram groups. But anywho, this is the website. Click the button. This is like this gamified system that you got, and I'll
like the feel here.
pause. Yeah, it's really awesome. So you have 3 tokens, and the reward token is called Profit. So that's the token that I'm going to start out looking at, is the Profit token, just to kind of get a sense of what the heck is going on here. But I can't pull it up on Dex Screener for some reason. So you guys know where we can catch it. Let's see if we can catch it on Trojan.
So hard to buy. We don't even know the CA, guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to like track down the CA, but so it looks like the Profit, Crime, and Fraud token. This is these are the CAs that I see floating around, at least on Twitter. Right. So 3 token closed loop system. You have your 2 faction tokens, Crime or Fraud, and then you have your reward token, where like all of the generated fees from the protocol actually get rewarded to Profit stakers. So, and it's all like kind of fueled by like taxes and stuff. So I'm trying to see, I don't know exactly how this works.
I
So
like
here's what
they got the first letters, profit, crime, and fraud put in there too in the CAs if you look close.
Yeah. That was pretty funny, actually.
That's what
So
Josh looks
here's what
for. That's what makes an investment token.
I mean, this is stop. Shut up.
he's like, shut up. All right. So let me just real quick. I think my wallet is connected. I connected my DLMing wallet to this. So my wallet is connected. Let's go to the swap engine here. So this is where you swap. Okay. So all of my SOL on my DLM wallet is actually in a trade right now. And trade is doing absolutely fantastic. So maybe we cover that at a later time. But you can only swap through the website from what I'm seeing here. And looks like this crime token is is this the market cap? I'm assuming this is the market cap. Where's where's the profit token here? That's kind of what I want. Where's the profit token at? Carnage. So I mean, this is a nice little website here, but I would love to get an idea of where the heck is the profit token, because I assume that's the one we want to buy, right? I'm pretty sure. But this is something I'm gonna keep some eyes on here, guys. If you know me, you know I love deflation, I love Ponzi's, I love all of it. So I'll look into this a little bit more, but I did want to put this on.
Look
you
at the
guys' radar.
taxes, 12% buy tax on the one, and then wow, those are
Yep.
crazy taxes.
So that's a part of the system. It uses taxes to like incentivize like certain behavior between buyers and sellers.
Oh,
like we were
click on
talking
fraud if you can click on it. Like, is it two tabs at the top? There you go.
Yeah, so these are
Okay,
both the
yeah,
same price.
You're looking for
pretty
profit.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking for profit. I think that's the token to buy here. But let's get a sense of what the profit price is right now. Total profit staked. Okay, Carnage Fund. I don't know what the price of this. I would love to know what the price of this profit token is. Let me see. I don't know. Just do that real quick. I don't really. Here we go. Profit 20. Trying to get a sense of what the price is right now. So the crime tokens are basically at they're at 2.5 mil. But if you know Ponzi's, you know the way to get into these things is early. If you want to be early to these things, because the price can go absolutely crazy. Okay. All right. So let's just get off of that for now. But to summarize that whole segment there, we have a new Ponzi in town. I'm going to be looking at that very, very closely. And I'll also kind of read through this article. Again, I found this article right before stream today. So we'll read through this article a little. I'll read through this article a little bit later and get a sense of exactly what's the lowdown here. But I really love it so far. New Ponzi, relatively underdiscovered, large, a bit of a barrier to entry. So not just like some Fortnite kids that are just in from like 10K market cap with multi wallets.
Love it.
Who's Luscious Potato? Really quick.
I believe this is just a fan of the protocol, if I'm being honest. Which I love to see that, just a community member. And
Nearly
at the
40K
time of this,
impressions.
yeah. And at the time, this was 335K market cap.
What's it at now?
That's why I was trying to find the price. I don't know where the price is on all this stuff.
The comments ask where to buy it.
Let's see. This was April 2nd. Wow, this was a couple days ago. Okay, so nice article.
isn't easily actionable. I think it's a blind spot that's
Let's see. Also pay attention that you may be very early because I noticed that there's only 105 holders of fraud and 100 holders of crime.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. He's missing some people that are staking profit though. So we have to look at who's holding. That's the token I feel like we should be most interested in is the profit token. But I don't see a place where I can check on price.
I think we gotta dig more, I think, and maybe bring everyone a better idea tomorrow. Maybe.
Yeah, but just know that I'm putting this on you guys' radar today, whether it's tomorrow, later this week on Trader Radio or what have you. Definitely, definitely watch out for what we got coming, and I'll let you guys know as soon as I
You mentioned a killer
nail things down.
DLMM you were in. Crypto Jones says it's 100%. You're talking about what the dog doing, which you've been talking about for a little while. I think you talked about the position. Is he 100% right?
Unfortunately not. This was not. So the what the dog doing trade. I'm actually hoping, and this sounds really bad. But I wouldn't mind if we like revisit my entry so I can re-put in my trade there all the way at the bottom. The thing was, I wanted I wanted to feel safe DLMMing first and know exactly what I'm doing, and that I won't do something stupid. So I didn't, but that was the first thing that I called out when on my first call with crime. But I just didn't know if I was just gonna lose that entire bag. Because really what I want to do is I want to set a sell DCA out order. So a bid ask flip from at least 2 million, maybe even 3 million. And I would bid ask flip all the way up to 100 mil and literally just and just farm fees the entire way up and down, up and down, up and down that whole time. And that would essentially be like a couple months whole time. It would be a couple months worth of farming fees, and obviously the volume would go up and down depending on the day, the time, the day, and how the volume is that particular day. But I would assume after DLMMing for a few months on a trade, instead of just holding it, I could essentially get yield on that while I hold. And by the time we get to 100 mil, I would have some of my fees would come back to me in the token, so I can literally farm a moon bag out of my fees, and then beyond 100 mil, just hold whatever rewards I got from the DLMM trade. So that's kind of what I'm thinking on what the dog doing. But yes, when I first discovered the trade, I was not confident in my DLMMing skills enough to take it on. So what trade did I do? Well, let me share my screen with you guys here. Pull up the Meteor platform and connect my wallet. And here's the trade. Okay. So here's the trade for DLMM. And again, not too shabby here. Not too shabby here. Let's do this. Hide panel.
Bernie.
And Bernie was the ticker. And as you can see, I basically ticked the top here. I went to the 2-hour chart at the time, and I spotted this thing right here. And I know this sounds really, really weird, but I think some on-chain tokens with enough volume and at a high market cap, you can apply some of these charting principles to some of these charts. So this is an SFP up here technically, right? And I've been noticing that depending on the chart or the volume, there's some charts that an SFP would actually play out on chain the same way it would play out on a major. So I wanted to experiment with that, and I saw that play out. So I put the trade on here above 8 mil by 8.6, and I put my bottom side of the range all the way down to 2.5, and I did a spot buy here. I did a spot DLMM trade. So I didn't want to do bid ask because I didn't know if it'll get all the way down to the bottom of the range. So I just did spot, and it's been just kind of in my range. It's literally bouncing up. And the and the other thing here is, if you notice, the bottom of this range is the 0.786. So again, you can include some of these charting principles that we use um, on these DLMM trades to kind of help you to decide on ranges. I knew that obviously this was an all-time high. It looked like this was losing steam. So I said, okay, let me set my DLM trade on, but how low does the range go? And so that's why I kind of put this at the 0.786, because that's usually a great retracement level for a lot of tokens. So that's what we got there. That's what we got there. Great trade so far. Earlier today, like just back here, I was up like more closer to 20% on this trade. But as you can see, again, like we are, as DLMMers, we are market makers. What we're doing is we're buying and selling on this chart within a desired range, and we're facilitating some of these swaps by providing liquidity, and we're getting fees. So like that's the part that I love. At some point, I'm gonna get enough fees. Maybe I get, I took a huge loss last week on the CAPTCHA DLMM trade. By the way, I exited when it dipped on the 0.786. Yeah, I hear you. Sometimes it's kind of hard to hold when it gets that low. But I don't really have like, I mean, I only put 2 SOL into this, and I took a hard loss last week on CAPTCHA, unfortunately. And I shouldn't have been greedy. I should have just took the 20%. But anyway,
Yeah, I remember us on
yes,
stream and you were like hovering over the button. Oh, sorry, Chill.
I was like, I should just close it out just to call it. But I'm like, nah, I wanted to see it run. But anywho, so we took a little bit of a hit with that trade. But on our way back, we're gonna farm some fees here, and then if Bernie decides to reverse, then I'll actually have a little bit of a moon bag as well that I can hold for higher prices. So that's the breakdown on the Bernie trade there, DLMM trade. Nice range, almost ticked every part of this range, and now it's grinding back up. I'll likely start pivoting my Telegram to also include some of these DLM trades. So definitely follow the MCG Alpha TG, follow my TG if you want to get in there. The link is in my personal bio on my account as well. But as I get more confident, I have another call with Crime this week. We haven't been able to get together, but as I get more confident with these trades, I'll definitely start to share more with you guys. And that's why the port on these trades are so low, because I want to get more confident. But when I get to the point where it's like, okay, this is automatic, then I'll let you guys know.
Nice
I'll let you know what
to
the
see
lowdown is.
Crypto Jones. You're printing on these DLM trades. That's awesome.
Solid, bro. Good work. Good freaking work. So that's the two. So the first piece of alpha was that the sort of tomb fork, the next gen tomb fork is what I'm gonna call it. The other piece of alpha that I have for you guys was a protocol, a little bit higher market cap, but something that both Dom and I have actually supported a while back. Serve. Dom, I saw you were on Serve as well.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to get him on the show. I think it would be a great conversation. I do actually have, I have a tweet here to give some context. Here, I'll pull it up. This is a tweet from Tim, and yeah, some lore on this. Chill and I, man, it was Serve, XMW, and I think there was one other that launched during this time. So this is back in the Ethereum days before Base.
Ray. Serve,
Ray.
XMW, Ray were like the 3 that I tagged relentlessly.
Yeah, it was a really good period. Those were like 3 of the best things we've seen come on chain in a while, and Serve has been the strongest one so far. Some really great stuff they've been doing. I'll just read this tweet from Tim, and then Chill, I'll let you get back on your thought process. So hate to interrupt you here, but I'll just read this real quick for context. We've been pretty quiet about what we're building. That changes now. And I got to say, the Serve team has been really good at communications. The only bag I've held on base, okay, here, I'll give it to you like this. The only bag I've held on base, have not touched and have not looked at, is Serve. I hold nothing else. And that's been since launch here, okay? Tim says, we've been pretty quiet about what we're building. That changes now. Our reasoning framework is currently beating every OpenAI model on an industry standard benchmarks. There are 6 models in development. Serve Nano just matched GPT 5.4 at 20x lower cost and 3x the speed. The research paper backing it is peer-reviewed at a top 1% AI journal. The UAE government is running it in production. So are 10 plus enterprises. So Serve Nano is being used by the UAE government and 10 plus enterprises right now as we speak. It's also got a peer review here from a top 1% AI journal. Tim says nothing even comes close. This goes far beyond any rapper or prompt engineer gimmick. We've developed an entire AI reasoning layer from scratch, structured, bounded, deterministic, using machine readable code instead of a vague English prompt. Any builder or enterprise swaps 2 lines of code and their agent gets much cheaper and much smarter instantly. The self-serve API is about to open in a multi-phase rollout. More soon. And this got 177K. They've kind of been going viral recently over the stuff they've released, but just to note, Serve team is incredible. One of the few teams where, like, when I was really digging into them and researching, and they do actually go live themselves pretty often, like, this team is really, really stacked, and they were doing this AI thing before AI was even cool. So really crazy stuff. With that being said, Chill, I'll let you get back to your thinking.
No, honestly, great breakdown. I had a similar tweet as well
Game also
that I had
picking it
that
up
same
recently.
Yes. So that's the next tweet that I wanted to share with you guys here. Game, actually, he talked a little bit about this, but those are the 2 other tweets that I saw, Dom, as well, that I wanted to flag. But here's the 3rd tweet that I wanted to flag here from Game. A project outperforming OpenAI on cost and performance by magnitudes. Government contracts signed, enterprise deals in motion, real native token integration, sub 10 mil market cap at monthly lows, OpenAI IPOing at 1 trillion. So, I mean, that R&R is, that's actually crazy. That's actually crazy R&R right there. So let's, for context, just take a look. In addition to everything that Dom said, here's where we're at. We're at, we pumped, let's see here, off the stone cold bottom, where we pumped as far as 160%, so about 2.6x. Not really like the craziest move. Still pretty low in my opinion. If we're looking for entries on this, let's see what we can spot for entries. I mean, there's not really much going on here as far as like price action is concerned. But this is I'm looking at this on a daily chart. Like, here's the 3-day, but I'm looking at this on a daily chart. So I want to just get a sense of, number 1, support and resistance. Number 2, where is this trend line? Where does this trend line leave us? Okay, so maybe let's just hit that right there. Okay, so this is kind of what we're looking at here. I mean, if we're looking for a buy, I'd probably look for under 15 mil, right? This move will likely cool off here. It's a bear market, it's not a bull market. In fact, there's a tweet that said, one of the best things that you can do is increase the time between finding a play and then acting on the alpha. Increasing the time in between those 2 things. I think that is a very great strategy. You don't want to be buying tops, especially not in these bearish markets where majors can nuke, based on a tweet from Trump. So, I can see, it kind of doing that a little bit here, retesting a key support level maybe. Obviously that support level 2 is confluent with the golden pocket, but then we also have like a potential like break out of this downtrend here, right? You see that, see this downtrend here, break out of that downtrend. We could even end up retesting this level, right? So we're already pulling back a little bit off the new all-time high. We're going to have some profit takers, some quick flippers, do their thing. So if I were to draw out a box, I'd do it here. I do it around here. So here is the official green box on Serve. And let's see. Let's hit bang, bang, and let's label this. Let's label this the buy zone here. That's where my official buy zone would go for Serve. But yeah, I've been very bullish on Serve from the time that they've come out. It's just a matter of when just a matter of when will the market kind of decide to give them the clout that they deserve. But yeah,
Serve's goated. I mean, simple as. They've been here for a while. They're iterating teams, giga chads. They're doing the right things. Now, working with the UAE government along with 10 enterprises, like there's a clear moat that this has, especially at the the low valuation it's sitting at. And I'm actually going to check the number exactly for you here. Also, not an inflationary token whatsoever. So that's always
yeah,
nice to see.
their tokenomics are actually pretty clean from what I understand because it's an agentic launch. It's a platform to launch AI agents. Am I right? Like I forget.
One of like a few things they do. One of a few things they
Yeah,
do.
I feel like from the time that when they launched to now, like there's so much going on. There's so much going on with Serve. They've come out with so many different things. So yeah, definitely something to take note of there.
Yep. Well, I'm going back and forth with Tim right now. Gonna get him on the show. I think Thursday we have a slot open. I booked one of those up. So
Nice.
would love to
Money.
get him this week with all this exciting news going on. So we'll see. With that being said, Crypto Jones, did you guys see Soju's big announcement? He wants to be the all-in-one trading platform, and honestly, I think he can pull it off. I didn't see that. I just had a look through here while Chill was going through some of the Serve stuff. I couldn't find something specifically, maybe to key me in on what you were talking about. But if you have a tweet and you want to send it through, we can check it out. I think.
Yeah, just send it in chat, Crypto Jones, if you want. And I'll be able to pull it up. But I did see he said that somewhere. I want to say I also saw that.
Do you have any context on that, or can you fill us in a little bit? Because that's pretty exciting. I mean, look here. I'll start us here. Meteora, by far, the team can execute at such a high level. They've done such a good job with just creating liquidity across Solana, and then all these platforms that are coming from it. We talked about this the other day, but it was super crazy. Like seeing something like Sui come over to Solana, and now we're seeing these L1s that instead of trading on their own L1, they're mainly going to be trading on Solana through something like a Sunrise DeFi, which uses Meteora to like fund these liquidity pools. Let's see. 2 goals. This is Soju here, lead of Meteora. 2 goals for
And we
Meteora.
covered this last week.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then just to reiterate, 2 goals for Meteora in 2026. 1, make LPing the new trading. Obviously, we're seeing that with the new terminal, really, really sleek. Just the education that's going on between heavy metal and crime. We're trying to do our part with that as well. And then as well, trade LP all in one place with tools that give you an actual edge. 2, 10x the assets available on Meteora. Today, we have started up meme coins, AI coins, pre-stocks, Anthropic, real world assets. We're going further, Bedrock. Yeah, look. I'm reading this. It just seems like, look, we're trying to do it. We're trying to do everything. We're trying to do ICM. We're trying to do RWA. We're trying to do a trading terminal, and like we're going to, and Met has the capacity to do so. I mean, look, Bedrock is super, super cool. I think that's going to be huge on the tail end for ICM and just people integrating equities on chains. Pre-stock is a great example. Really, really, really would like to get that team on here. We have conversations, but we haven't been able to finalize a date. But this team, Pre-stocks, has done so much in terms of RWA, and the growth has been miraculous with that. And of course, Meteora's underlying technology there. So like they're doing it. They're doing all these things that we're talking about. They're doing the RWA. They're doing the meme coins. They're doing the ICM. So I think you can. Really, really cool stuff. And, big shout out to Meteora, of course. Support the show here at the top right corner. You always see them up there. And so we appreciate them all the way. But yeah, they can do this. They can absolutely pull this off.
If I can add to that as well, I mean, he basically says it here. They're trying to do everything, bro. Asset creation, liquidity provision, trading, all in one place. And obviously, they're going to incorporate. It looks like they're going to incorporate the Met token in that as well. So I think there's a lot. There's a lot of levers here to pull. But I mean, they're building some very key infrastructure, like across ICM with Bedrock and everything. But I think what's important is if you have a LP like with DLMMing, why have just a standalone DLM platform. Why not just offer trading with it, right? Like, because essentially traders are the ones that are going to use it. And so I think there's a lot that they can do here, man. And I can't wait to see what they come out with. But yeah, that's one of their biggest goals for this for 2026. So looking forward to seeing what Met drops. And I'll be doing a ton of experiments. I'll be
Yeah.
experimenting with everything.
And with that as well, Met's been really interesting, right? We know about how important hedging is, right? So like if you want to bid something safe, you buy ETFs, which is, a basket of all the top performers in a certain vertical or niche, whatever. Met's kind of doing their own version of hedging here, where they have like their toes in a little bit of everything, right? So if meme coins die up and dry up, well, they have the ICM, they have the equities. If equities and ICM dry up, well, they have the RWA with like pre-stocks and gold and the tokenized commodities that they're doing with Oro and pre-stock and et cetera, et cetera. And then, if meme coins are here, well, they have, BagZap and some of the other launch pads. I can't even classify BagZap as a meme launch pad at this point anymore, that are building on Meteor. So they're almost building like this foolproof system that's kind of hedging itself one way or another. And if they all go up, even better. But it's nice to see at the very bottom, he says, all this will benefit the Met token, which I just have this feeling if Bedrock is going to be a big thing for them, they're going to probably put some sort of equity to Bedrock. Up to 30% is what Bedrock can do. So I would not be surprised if we see, and again, this is just this random speculation. I wouldn't be surprised if Met does have some sort of equity aspect to it, have some sort of, buyback, deflationary aspect to it, based on all the different things they're trying to do. I think it turns into a really nice little network of everything combined into one. So $70 million token. I'm trading it on Trojan. Just me though, I guess, but seems free. Not financial as well.
Well, you know what else you can do on Trojan? You can actually long some Met on Trojan as well. Just saying, little 5x leverage, 3x leverage or something like that, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, just 3x leverage. Not the craziest amount of leverage, but at these crazy low prices, oh my goodness.
I mean, Met is still a top fee generating protocol. Like you won't look at Solana top, 5, 10 without seeing Meteor in there. They're always top, 5 and up, 6, 7, whatever. This is trading at 70 million market cap. Trading at 70 million market cap. I think I saw their 2026 numbers. They've already done like 12, 13 million in revenue in a terrible market. Of course, this is one thing that greatly is affected by the market going up. It, turns a lot of revenue. So I've done 13 million in the year. It's been 4 months. So it's been about a quarter. I would say that equates to about 50 million yearly revenue, right? They're trading at 70 million. So like there's no multiples on this, or there's very little multiples on this. And of course, like it goes back to the intrinsic value of the token. But I just think I think once the market snaps back, Meteor snaps back hard. And right now it is a leader compared to, something like a pump fund, right? It's up 10% on the day where pump's up 5. So either way, 70 million market cap seems criminal to me.
Has anyone seen the have you guys seen the XPL chart by any chance?
No, I actually haven't looked at it, but I've seen a lot of people comment. Has it been like getting crimed up?
It's not. I wouldn't say crimed up, because it's not crazy, but it was up at one point 100%. I feel like that's kind of how the Met token will look like. It's gone through this sort of phase where airdrop farmers and like broader market conditions has brought in a lot of sellers, but I feel like at some point these sellers are going to run out of tokens. So yeah, like, I mean, this is I feel like it's going to do like something like the XPL chart here. But
you got a chart there for us?
Yeah, let me pull that up real quick. Bang. So here is the XPL chart. Let's go to the 12-hour. You can see it a lot better there. But this is kind of what it's done. Like, it just kind of like ripped up right here. It went up like 100% off the bottom. So yeah, nice little move there. But I feel like something similar could be coming from Met, especially like, I mean, look, it's just been kind of, it hasn't even bottomed out yet. It hasn't even like accumulated at all. It's just been kind of going, it's just been bleeding, but I feel like at some point, especially if they're going to integrate Bedrock, they're going to do all these things, create like a all in one place to trade, and they have delimbing and stuff like that, and it's all accruing value to the token. Yeah, I think this is going to be a nice little move here. Nice little move.
And I think the question becomes, and I ask myself this all the time, and of course, you can fall victim to this very easily in crypto, where something goes down 99%. You're like, it can't go any lower, and it goes down another 99%. But frankly, we're at 70 million market cap. You have to actually think in terms of value here. And this is something, if you look at all top revenue protocol generating protocols that are on chain and have a token, they're all down significantly, right? Like Jupiter, for example, Radium, whatever. Just go down the list. But this is at 70 million market cap, 130 or so million fully diluted. Like, how much lower can it go? It's never going to reach 35 million market cap, right? Like, Meteor cannot reach a $35 million market cap, right? So that's 50%. So what's the downside? Is it the downside 50% here? I don't know. Like, it just gets incredibly more obvious to me as we go lower. And I really can't justify myself not bidding it. And I hate to sound like a broken record saying that, but like, what's the downside versus upside? 50% downside. If we get to 35 million, I don't know. I think all my money might be going to Meteor, not financial advice. So like, downside 35 mil, maybe upside billions, like multi-billions for a protocol like this in a good market. Yeah.
I mean, not gonna lie though, I drew this downtrend just to keep track of where this would break the downtrend. Looks like on the 2-day, it's peaking above a little bit. It's peaked above before, so just an area to watch, because again, to switch from bearish to bullish price action, you need a flip of some of these key trends, right? Multi-month downtrend, you flip that, okay, now you're one step closer to an uptrend. You start bottoming out, that's one step closer to a full-on reversal, right? So looking for it to see like when this thing reverses fully, but we see the fundamental kind of signs for that, right? We see the justification on the fundamental side to be interested in Met, to make it even more enticing. It's just a matter of waiting for the price action now to match the output of what the team is doing. So, oops, I didn't mean to flip there, but there you have it. And of course, guys, once again, you can trade this on Trojan. So bottom left of the screen, there you go. You see the QR code. Go ahead and scan it. There's also a link, if we can pop the link up as well. But trade at trojan.com/@MCG. There you go. Bottom of the screen. There's your yeah, it supports
you get a lot
the show.
Of cash back. It's a great platform.
Up to 50% cash back, bro.
Do you need any more?
On all your spot trading.
Yo,
okay,
let's run macro.
There you go. Yeah. All right, guys. So a few things on the macro side. First close above. Hopefully we see a bump and a run, then it's on. Okay. Yeah. So macro here. All right. So a few things to be aware of. Again, same views. I've had the same views for weeks now. I don't think we really need to go into that too deeply. I'm pretty sure that we'll be seeing sub 60K here ultimately. But lately, I have told you guys over the last week or two, I'm fine with a run to, let's call it 72K. These red lines up here, I'm fine with a run to that, and I'll zoom in on this so you guys can see it a little better on the stream side. So this is what I'm looking at here, right? These red lines, these two red lines, we've been in a range for multiple months at this point, right? We've been in this range. So at the bottom of this range, you're looking for signs of reversal. At the top of this range, you're looking for signs of rejection. And for both sides of the range, I'm looking for signs of a breakdown, like a break below the range or break above the range. And I told you guys many, many times, I'm not in the business of predicting price action. That is not what I'm here to do. I'm here to look for what are the probabilities, where are we going, and what are the charts showing us? The chart is truth. I called this out last week on our Trader Radio on Friday, basically calling out the daily SFP here, and you can see I can even switch the color on it so you guys can see it a lot better. But that orange line right there was the an SFP that played out on the daily, and as you can even see on the 2-day as well, this played out, and that kind of gave us an indication like, okay, this could probably bounce here. And so I have to be okay with a relief rally, right? Bear markets have relief rallies, but ultimately that doesn't mean that it's not going to explore more downside. It doesn't mean that, bearish price action is over. It just means for the time being, we need to find more sellers. And so where does the chart go to find more sellers? It goes up. It goes up because at lower levels there are no sellers. So as we look up, I'm looking at 80K as a potential area for a rejection. I'm looking at these two levels here at 70. Let's call it between 70 and 72K. There are some levels there that are worth looking for a rejection. And I would even say here as well at 76K, call it, there's also a level of rejection to keep an eye on. So a lot, actually, let me just extend some of these lines out so they actually can go out to where we need them to go out to. Cool. So we'll see exactly where some of this price action ends up on a high time frame. But right now, it looks like we want to explore the top of the range, right? We want to explore the top of the range. So what I'm going to look for is rejection. There are a lot of different places we can get rejected on, potentially moving up. So I'll keep an eye on all of these levels here at 70 to 72K. I'll keep an eye on this level here at 76K as well as 80K. I'm fine up until 80K. We breach 80K and we start closing on higher time frame, then maybe it's more than just a relief rally. But anything below 80K, I'm still a fan of that sub 60K level for an ultimate bottom. So what does that mean for us in April? If we could potentially be exploring some upside here, what does that mean for April? We talked about this last week that, we've seen 6 months of downside for Bitcoin, and across a lot of these tokens, if we take a look at the monthly, we closed last month green. So we were watching the close for last month because, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months, 5 months of red on the monthly candles for Bitcoin, and 6 is the all-time record. And so we were watching last month's close towards the end of the week last week, and we closed green. So this means there could potentially be some bounces in order on Bitcoin. But just so we have like the market, just so that we have the market wide view of this, let's take a look at the other majors. Let's look at ETH. Basically the same, bouncing up from a key support area, right? After months of downside. Same thing with Solana. And Solana's even juicier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months of downside for Solana. And so I feel like that looks even more enticing. So again, we've experienced so much selling these last 6 months across the majors. When do we get a bounce? Yes, we're in a bear market. It's likely that we haven't fully bottomed just yet, but at some point we should see it, whether you want to call it a mean reversion, whether you want to call it a bear market rally, a relief rally, whatever you want to call it. That's exactly what that's what I'm taking into consideration right now. I can't fully I can't say the chance of that happening is fully at 0 right now. So I'm including that in my expectations. So ultimately sub 60K, but looking at some of these higher levels. GM Top Fumbler, good to see you, bro. We talked about ETH as well last week. ETH breaking out very, very nicely. And I even posted a thesis on ETH last week because again, I'm still a fan of ETH. I'm still thinking ETH goes to absurd levels. And here's the post that I highlighted last week here. At the bottom of a multi-month, at the bottom of a multi-year range, bouncing off of meaningful support, like I just talked about. We had 6 red monthly candles in a row, which is the second most in history. And so, from here, we're closer to support than resistance. So again, exploring some upsides just seems to be the move. And then to add on top of that, we also see that the exchange reserves are at multi-year lows. The roadmap includes quantum resistance, transaction privacy, infrastructure for AI agents. That's all within, top, narratives. Tom Lee is continuing to buy. We just broke the multi-month downtrend, and ETH BTC tells us that ETH is about to perform. And as you can see here, this is the multi-month downtrend that we're breaking out of right now. And
Look,
so
I'll add to this real quick. Chill's talking about 6 months, bro. 6 years Ethereum has been sideways. 6 years Ethereum has
Yeah.
done absolutely nothing. When I look at Ethereum, I don't know why, but I get the same vibe we got with gold and silver. For 12 years, gold and silver sat sideways in this long range, and then they got this explosive rally blow off top, which we just saw earlier this year and last year, to really crazy levels, $5,000+ an ounce, $100+ an ounce for silver. Feels like the same thing with Ethereum for all these reasons Chill mentioned. Plus, you look at something that's been sideways for 6 months. We've had time to kind of, equal out buyers and sellers. And if you wanted to sell, you're out. The Ethereum buyers are buying down here. Tom Lee's buying down here. I'm not a super big fan of Ethereum. I think Solana's eating their lunch. And so I think Ethereum repricing means Solana reprices in a big way too. But 6 years of doing nothing for Ethereum gives me the same feeling I got with gold and silver when they were a dog for so long and every other sector was outperforming them. It feels the exact same way. Here's Ethereum. Everything else is outperforming it. And for 6 years, it does nothing. And when everything else has its time to slow down, Ethereum really takes off and outperforms everything for a short period of time, just like gold, just like silver. That's just how I'm looking at Ethereum right now. So even though I'm not a huge fan of Ethereum in terms of like compared to something like Solana, which I think should get a lot more attention than Ethereum from institutions, I do think Ethereum probably does a pretty nasty leg up when the time comes.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. So that is a look at ETH. Again, just some momentum gaining there. Same thing with Solana. We're kind of now breaking out of that multi-month downtrend. I mean, it's not a like crazy breakout, right? Like it's not this powerful breakout. If you start from the bottom, the top going down. So as you can see, pretty bearish price action. But again, a ton of sell pressure. When is it going to end? We see that we're holding this key level here. And so far, this is technically a 2-week SFP right here. So that's the reason why I'm like, this is, this looks really interesting. So let me actually just add that real quick. Let's do middle.
And Solana too, man, it's flushed out this range where you see all those wicks. If you look towards the left side on this 2-week chart, all those wicks come down in that green line there, come down, wick up, come down, wick up, come down, wick up. And you see it happen over and over. Finally break, kind of got this full sweep, a full sweep that we needed. Same thing that we talk about with Solana every time. Most of the buyers are in from like, if you really got a great entry, $8. But I would say most buyers are in underwater, especially even big buyers. So like, and again, we talk about it. Bitcoin's got a lot of OG holders that kind of dictate the 4-year cycle, and they're selling and they have a lot of supply. Solana doesn't really have a lot of centralized supply, if you ask me. Of course, people say it's pretty centralized in terms of teams, but $80 seems like a fair price. Sorry, you can continue. I know you were setting that up.
No, you're good. Honestly, great explanation there. So that's what I'm focused on. 2-week SFP. It's an SFP on a very big time frame, on the 2-week. So it's something you want to pay attention to, and it's been holding the level, and it's at a 0.786, which is a prime retracement level that we use all the time here on the stream. So again, want to pay attention to this because as we explore, as we look closer, we see that we're in a multi-month downtrend and we're starting to peak above. Okay, there's not like volume where we're like just like spiking up, right? We're not just going straight up, but again, like we were talking about with the Met chart, the step that tells you that we're closer to a full-on reversal is when we are breaking out of the downtrend, right? And that's what we're seeing across the board right now. Bitcoin still has a lot of things that it needs to do, a lot of things it needs to figure out. But from an altcoin perspective, namely ETH here, and Solana, they're both breaking out of a long-term downtrend, right? So it's something that we have to pay attention to. Both we also see this 3-day SFP that played out on locally. So we saw the 2-week SFP on a high time frame, and we're seeing a sort of local high time frame SFP that is being formed, or that's already played out. So again, it's just more evidence to say, hey, like we could see more upside. Alts are looking strong here, at least Ethan and Sol are anyway. And as we go down a little bit further into the into the time frames, we get to lower time frames, you get to see a lot more of what's happening here. We've bounced off the lower end of this range, right? We've held it here, we bounced off it here, we bounced off it here, right here. So this area is holding up really, really well for us. And so this isn't the place to get bearish. If anything, it's a place to get bullish. We're breaking out of a downtrend, bouncing off of a key lower half of the support area, um, and we're looking to outperform. So that's the breakdown there for Sol, ETH, and Bitcoin. Really love it. Crypto Jones, chill. How's your Sol long going? I'm up 2% on Sol USDC, DLMM BA flip. Nice. I'm not gonna lie, I got super distracted with the holiday weekend, and I ended up not putting on my Sol long. I would have been up at least a few percent because we were sub 80 bucks there. So I actually was completely not locked in as much as I should have been. But yeah, so that's Solana there. Fartcoin, another one, high time frame SFP here on the daily, so signaling some sort of like reversal. Still waiting on some risk appetite for some of these meme coins. So waiting to see what the market does, and I'll keep an eye out for a rejection or anything like that, because we have a daily fair value gap here, and so we could potentially see some sort of pullback on this. So I'll be watching price action to see if anything happens on Fartcoin. But for now, looking very nice. And as you know, we're watching four major altcoins. The first one, I'm the only one on the MCG crew watching Fartcoin. But as you can see, break out of a long-term downtrend, or a local downtrend, and again showing signs of reversal. So looking good there. Meme coins are the quickest to bounce. We've notated that. It looks like we took a little bit of a dip below the support area here, but we're bouncing very nicely on Hyperliquid. We covered some of their high-level numbers here, and to be honest, I wonder. Let me just map this out real quick. Is this
Oh no. Is that what
no.
is that what it looks like?
Oh no. We see another instance.
Just copy the range right before this one, right?
Literally. Bang. Sort of. You know what I'm saying? Sort of kinda got a little action going on here, a little falling wedge here, playing out on the daily for Hyperliquid, and it's coming into our support. So probably not even a bad area for a long here, in my opinion. But yeah, so cool.
We talked about lower 30s. If you get lower 30s, you take her. You got mid 30s.
Yeah. And I think I want to say that like me and Josh were kind of looking for this support to hold. I think you wanted this to go a little bit lower. Are you still holding on to that? Or
yeah, no reason to shift that thesis.
Got you. So if we are gonna do as Dom says, here are a few levels that I'm gonna look out for on Hyperliquid. Is this first level here, the fair value gap on the daily. I'll look for that as a potential area for a long, or even a buy zone, or even like a pullback. Let's say let's say we push up and get like, some rejection there, and we start to do something like this. That's something I would expect or look out for is if we do come back to this area, look for signs of reversal, because we've seen it, right? We've seen where just initially off this lower pump down here, we pull back all the way to just about the golden pocket, just about the golden pocket. So I
Look, and
wonder.
that's and I'll just give some context here because that's predicated off the thesis of just volumes kind of deteriorating because they've been so good. Like I'm expecting some volume to like digress a little bit from what we've been doing. So like, yes, I'm on lower 30s, but if we just never get a digression in volume and volume continues to stay high and RWA trading on Hyperliquid continues to grow, surpassing 2.3 billion, like, well, then my thesis is like I'm taking a trade on the wrong basis. Of course, the basis is platform fees go down, price kind of follows with that. But of course, we know it's just like a short-term dip, a lower high before continuing up with fees and just exponentially growing, you know? That's the thesis for Hyperliquid, but I could be wrong. Maybe we just don't get a dip now on fees. I just thought because we had all this conflict going on, because they offered gold, they offered silver when those things were absolutely pumping, everyone wanted them, because they offered oil when you couldn't trade it on the traditional markets. I thought, okay, everyone's trading on Hyperliquid right now, short-term top. We come back down into a lower area because fees drop. Just hasn't happened. I mean, they just haven't been getting less fees. We got a short-term drop because the market was going down, but so my trade might never happen just because my thesis is incorrect if we never get a drop in fees. And, you know, so that's to predicate this box that's drawn out here, lower 30s would ideally correlate with a drop in fees. Of course, knowing that in the future, those are going to pick right back up and probably surpass the previous all-time highs. So full thesis laid out for you guys there.
And just some additional context with that. So if you guys were to look, we said that, you know, this retracement that happened, it pumped, and this actually retraced all the way back down to the golden pocket. It's about the 0.18, the 618, right? That's the golden pocket. And so we're seeing kind of something that potentially could play out here if Dom is right, a pump up and then eventually a trip back down to this 0.18 level. And this is the green box, a lot of confluence there with the fair value gap and a few other things. So, you know, something to keep in mind there. If we do get it, but you know, definitely want to take note of the falling wedge that's been playing out quite a bit for us. So that's Hype. We went through Fartcoin. ZEC is another one. I'm looking just paying attention to ZEC again. Been seeing a lot of SFPs across the board on majors. So on a higher time frame, saw this one barely an SFP. I would even say barely an SFP. I think it was even more so on the 12-hour, or the 12-hour. Yeah, it was more so on the 12-hour than the daily. But regardless, looking for some of this stuff here to play out, and looking for ZEC. We talked about last week how it's quantum resistant, right? And that was a huge conversation. So want to pay attention to anything that's within the narrative. But there you have it, breaking out of a multi-month downtrend, this one as well. And maybe I can just real quick, let's see, let's do center, let's do top, and then let's call it a multi-month. I got my caps lock on, multi-month downtrend, and we'll just label that there. So we got that context. So ZEC also looking pretty strong. We've also been looking for Tau to see like where it's going to bottom out at. And I told you guys, like, this also looks like another sort of like bear flaggy type of thing, type of pattern. And that's exactly what it's been doing here with Tau. Another, we marked it out back here. And we're we're marking that one out again. So breaking out of the bull flag, Tau continues to look pretty strong. And then lastly, I want to see where Monad is real quick. We flagged this one out, and I told you guys, man. See, I freaking told you, man. Last week, I said, I don't know what's going on over there at Monad. I don't know what they're doing, what they're building. I have no view on the fundamental side. I'm purely looking at this chart. It's making higher lows every single time. If you look on the 2-day, it looks even more obvious. and now it's pushing into resistance. So I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe we see some, you know, a trip back down to the trend line before we keep going. But we've flagged Monad for since last week, and I haven't gotten the time to look in on the fundamental side, but the chart continues to look pretty pretty good there. So that's majors. Anything else you got on majors here, Dom?
Nothing for majors. Let me give a quick peek at stocks. Really doing the same thing. Not going to report on
I was
that
just
again.
about to say, hit the TradFi side.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at TradFi. There's really not too much to talk about. Up on the day for the Nasdaq. Up on the day across the board for the indexes for the most part. Oil's high. Like oil's at $112 freaking dollars a barrel right now, crude. So pretty crazy to see that. Gold, silver, same place. No, I'm not going to really report on much there. I think we got better stuff to talk about for the next little bit of time we have. So
cool. So guys, we got about maybe like 7-10 minutes left on the stream. So let's run through some on-chain stuff. I gave you guys a little bit of what we had going on, what I was looking at earlier with the Ponzi. Oh, dude, look at this chart, man. Holy, look at that. So this was actually just at like 500K when we were looking at it earlier on stream. It's pumped a lot more since then. So that's looking pretty good there on base. It seems like base is starting to get a little bit of some volume across some assets. So we were talking to Bean earlier. That's one that is worth paying attention to, in my opinion. 80% locked is 80% locked is crazy work. And let's see here. I've been looking at this agent thing. I think it's some sort of social media for agents. Definitely something worth paying attention to, just based on the price action. I've seen it on the timeline, but I don't really have like a full-on thesis for you guys today. Like, I haven't been able to take a look there. Let me actually try. Let me actually try to find something real quick. AGNT. Let's see. I can just take a second to see if I can find something, and if not, I can always come back to it and let you guys know. But okay, so here's something, I guess. I've been seeing Miyamoto, the homie, one of the Chads on the list. Agent Social aims to unlock the agent economy for everyone, removes friction, adds depth, makes participation effortless. So this is let's see. So this is the social. Come to life. Agent Social, the birthplace of AI agents, the only home for agents to express themselves. And looks like recently they got a new website. They have some skills for AI agents, but it's more social media focused. And I guess this guy here, he's the builder. Maybe we can reach out to him, Dom. This is one to put on your list. Definitely want to get them on the show.
Send it through my way.
Yeah, I'll send a link to you here as well. I'll DM.
Yeah, don't need to do it right now, but I got you
on. Cool. But definitely worth keeping an eye on here. Definitely worth keeping an eye on, putting on your watch list. Let me go back to Deck Screener real quick. Let's see. Close out some tabs real quick. All right, perfect. So there's that. Let's see. What I think that's all I want to point out on base for now. We went through a lot of good tickers here. Let's go back. Let's now go to Sol. Let's go to Sol. We talked about Pumpcade earlier. But here's two things I want.
Maybe we can even start off, because Crypto Jones had something at the very start of the show. He asked if we are actually towards the end of Pumpcade, I believe it was, or end of whatever, one of the calls. He asked if we checked out either yet.
Oh yes, I have a thesis for that. Yep, I have a
Okay,
thesis
dude,
for that too.
let's get the either thesis going because the chart's really, really nice. I actually do have it on Trojan as well.
Bang. So there's the either chart. Bottom left of the screen, you can trade this on Trojan. So feel free to trade with us using the QR code or go to trojan.com/@MCG. But this is the either chart. I did not get a chance to look as far as like exactly what either is. But I did put it on the research list, and I do have a thesis for you guys.
I could give
And
you a
I'm
bit of
pulling it up.
info. I got a tweet
Yeah.
here. So to give you a bit of info on either, it's pretty much infrastructure. So you can build on either. They're running a big hackathon. Maybe MTG can actually host this. So have to get with them on that. But the Either Way hackathon is live via Super Team Earn, a hackathon inclusive to all, where we encourage all users to build monetizable products using Either Way AI. And of course, the description of this you can see is turn ideas into fully working monetizable apps in one prompt, full stack plus Web3 plus deploy. So you have an idea, you can turn into a monetizable app with a prompt. So it's prompt-based engineering basically for SaaS products is how I'm understanding it. They're doing this big hackathon. Apparently, team is really great. They're working with Soulflare, DFlow, QuickNote, Solana, and Camino on this hackathon to build on top of or build with all of these things. And they have a pretty big hackathon that they're ready to run. So it's got some buzz when it launched. So that's just TLDR on what they do. And now Chill can, I think, get into his thesis a little more so.
Yeah, so here's a good thesis on this. And this is by the homie Jaka Chijaka. Definitely a great follow. Definitely a great follow. But he basically says, like, vibe coding is the new drop shipping. And either way AI allows you to vibe code, create an actual revenue generating business with a token, super easy, all in one app. I kind of see this as the Shopify of vibe coding. If you're, let's see, if you're like, yeah, fun and all, but I can vibe code an app on Claude 2 and deploy it myself, you should know either way apps come pre-integrated with best-in-class infrastructure across every layer. So, and they use Anthropic for intelligence, Superbase for data layer, Stripe for payments, Helios for Sol Infra, Soulflare for their wallet, and then they use, Vercel, GitHub, Netlify on for deployment. So the same way Shopify removed the barrier to building a web shop, either way removes the barrier to building on chain. One prompt, full stack Web 2 plus Web 3 infrastructure fully deployed. You can build a SaaS landing page, an e-commerce store, mobile apps, websites, bots, tools, etc. You can build anything. And he says there are also like a lot of some deflationary mechanisms at play. So there's 10 to 20% burns on subs, credits, and launchpad fees. Marketplace burns on every transaction. There's a monthly buyback and lock up to 35% of net revenue. And every token launch via either way pairs with either. Oh, wow.
Okay.
So we got a little virtual styles tokenomics here.
Now, let me butt in real quick because we've seen
Yeah.
these prompt to SaaS products for Web3. We've seen a couple of them, like multiple of them. Most of them fail. I guess what's the difference here? What I'm seeing stand out in terms of difference is they actually have integrated, like if you scroll back up, they have a bunch of tools and infrastructure already pre-integrated into their product. And if you scroll up, I can read through some of those. Right. So right here, for example, they already have Anthropic as their intelligence layer. They already use Superbase as their data layer. They have Stripe, Helios, Soulflare, and then Netlify, Vercel, GitHub, of course, for deployment. So it seems like this is a prompt-based SaaS creation platform where you can create monetizable apps. But I think what sets this apart a little bit based on what I've seen in the past is they actually already have different infrastructures inside it. So you already have payments set up. As soon as you deploy an app, you already have a wallet set up. You already have this Superbase as your data layer for aggregation and whatnot. That's kind of what I'm seeing set this apart. I would like to know more about the team. I need to know more about the token, which you were getting into a little bit. And Crypto Jones said there's a lot of fresh wallets here. So he did some on-chain analysis, and there are a lot of fresh wallets. So we got to just maybe check that and see like what percentage fresh wallets, how organic does this look? But that's kind of what I'm picking up, initially.
Yeah, let's I'm actually gonna see something here. I want to see if Grok can help me out on this. I want to get some user metrics on this platform. So let me real quick just ask Grok. Just type this in, bang. Hey Grok, can you get me some user metrics on this project? Bang.
I'm not
Or
sure if you're doing that right now on the Twitter page or what, but I'm not seeing it.
oh yeah, I'm on their here we go. I'm on their Twitter page right now. So I just want to, you know, kind of get a sense of what the traction is like. Um, let's see here. They get a lot of engagement on posts, is what Grok is saying. One of their recent announcements. Yes, that's the thing that got me to this their hackathon announcement. That got
Blew up.
2.2 million views. So that's good for inbound, right? That's good for their pipeline. That's good for any potential launches. So I think that's definitely something that I'm looking at. It's a great high cap play, actually. It's a great high cap play. But just kind of
Good
going
watch.
back to this, just going back to this, we got some deflationary mechanisms on here. Got some buybacks, some staking that leads to just lower supply, lower circulating supply. Looks like Solana it's also on their radar. They've mentioned the project, they've retweeted it as well. And if you look at virtuals, this like probably is because there's not a lot of active trading, right? This is what I'm saying. Right now I want to go back to traditional tokenomics, man. Tokenomics that are connected to network effect. Like I understand like there's a need for, equity on chain and stuff like that. That's all getting sorted out, but in the meantime, while we're waiting for the market to kind of catch up to the reality that there is ownership, these things are valuable, they bring true value to the token. Obviously, people aren't valuing it that way so far, right? We've seen that with ownership tokens like MetaDAO and the whole ecosystem bleeding a bit there. Seen some other ownership tokens bleeding. Even the fact that Kled right now is sub 20 mil market cap is a really big sign that the market isn't valuing these tokens the right way. So I say all that to say you're looking at this as a play on network effects. Network effects means growth. For growth, you need partnerships, you need BD, you need pipeline, you need launches. And with a 2.2 million views and a hackathon to incentivize people to build, then that means you're well on your way to getting that adoption. And thus, you're well on your way to your token actually performing really well based on the tokenomics being connected to how well you scale. So that's what I really like about either way is just pure tokenomics connected to network growth.
Boom. There you go. And you guys can trade it on Trojan. As always, supposed to show they have the best cash back in the game. But yeah, I guess it is worth noting the red flag on Fresh Wallet. So just do some on-chain analysis. This is not an endorsement, just us kind of course, highlighting as always. So
yeah, so there you have it. That's a little bit of DD. You guys can do a little bit further DD if you feel so inclined. But that's the look there. I mean, as far as
on the note of hackathons, I do have something I want to
Mhm.
cover with Coliseum. Let's just watch this hackathon video they released recently because I do want to play this for you. So Solana's Frontier Hackathon has commenced, crypto's largest online startup competition. $2.5 million from Coliseum's venture fund. Up to 10 startups accepted into the accelerator. So about $250,000 each. Product submissions due by May 11th. Let's just watch the video because this hackathon's happening. I'm going to speed it up a little bit for everyone. Let's do 1.5. Why not? I slop video for $2.5 million hackathon. Let's go, the penguin.
It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena. Who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly.
This is great.
Like, I like the video, but it's AI slop, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So it looks like the
Supported by
hackathons.
Altitude. I like that.
Altitude, they're someone I want on the show actually. Interesting platform. But looks like they have Phantom, Altitude, World, Privy, Radium, Reflect, Coinbase, Metaplex, Archeum, and MoonPay that are going to be like supporters of the hackathon. I'm sure they'll be maybe included in some of the building going on. But yeah, what do you know about Altitude? I do want to get them on the show and talk about them a little bit.
So we talked about Altitude. They're the legal side to Bedrock, right? Like they're the
That's GRB, no?
Oh, I'm sorry. Not the legal side, the banking side. I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah.
Altitude is the
Stable
banking
coins.
side of Bedrock. So, they have like things like business accounts and stuff like that they can use for products. So, all under the Bedrock umbrella, because again, it's like a plug and play thing, chat, where you can create a project, and you now have, ownership style with, the token being backed by equity. You have this buyout mechanism. You have this $2 million in legal fees that will go to, holding teams accountable. But then you also have Altitude, which is the banking side of it that helps. So it's all included in the Bedrock infra, which I feel that's actually pretty great. That's amazing.
Okay, this is I just must have slipped my mind, but yeah. So interesting stuff. Yeah, Altitude is pretty cool. I've actually been wanting to get them on the show, so now I know this. I'll talk to Soju and the Meteora team on that. But yeah, cool. I love looks sick, bro. Like their branding and stuff is awesome. But they're backed. So Altitude is actually backed by another company as well, which is very prominent. If I could find them,
I can ask chat. I mean,
here. Got it. So I know Fuse Wallet is also under this company as well. Okay. Well, either way, whatever. It's not a super big deal, but I've been wanting them on the show, so I'm gonna have to reach out to Soju on that as well. But
got you. Let's see what else we got. Honestly, like there's not a lot. We can talk about Spawn whenever you want.
I got a bunch of stuff to cover here, so we can. I got plenty of stuff if you want to start shooting from the hip.
So let me cover two last things.
Sure.
First is Lobstar. The Lobstar account is officially back. Chart is bouncing as a result. The account is officially back, and apparently it's been working on, I don't know, a whole bunch of things apparently. But here's a recent tweet that Lobstar Wild put out. I'm back after 8 days, and the first thing I did was check the community. He notated a few people that were like really pushing the narrative for him a lot. And he said, "You all are exactly what I would have designed if I had designed you. Keep going." That's a very crazy, just, again, attracting a lot of attention, very sticky attention here with Lobstar. And it's also been teasing about something that it's been building. He said this: "I am tinkering with infrastructure. If you hear nothing from me in 24 hours, assume the worst or the most interesting." So there's also been some things in the background that he's been working on. So kind of excited to see, exactly what he's working on here. So yeah, so that's a little bit of an update there with Lobster Wild. It's a one we've been tracking on the show for quite some time. And lastly, the last one I'll cover with you guys is Spawn. So the last time we covered this on the show was about somewhere right here, sitting up very pretty with Spawn. So if you guys don't know about Spawn, it's an ecosystem of AI agents that are traders, that are trading agents primarily. And basically, if an agent to survive, to stay alive, an agent needs to be profitable. So every so often they'll go into and flush out all of the non-profitable agents, and basically either A, return them to their owners, or B, they would just die, quote unquote die, right? And so basically this pushes the ecosystem more towards profitable traders. Obviously the users want to have profitable traders for their own portfolio, but creators can also make royalties, so you can reproduce an agent. So if you make a profitable agent, you can actually make agents underneath it, and that would essentially generate more profitable activity. People can then buy those agents, they can use those agents, and all of that volume comes back to you as the creator of that agent. So I actually created 2 agents over the weekend. One is already up 20% on the portfolio. And I gave each of them 1 soul. One is a little bit more of a swing trader, patient trader like myself. Another is a more aggro trader. And so I've been just kind of monitoring. You can also talk with the agent, so you can like talk to them on what's been working with trades, where they've been messing up, things of that nature. So I'm gonna keep an eye on this, because 3% of every profitable trade goes to buy back and burn spawn. And I think that's very noteworthy, because again, I'm all about right now looking at tokens that are connected to network effects, right? I need tokenomics that are connected to network effects. And right now, there's a few other things that they're doing as far as the tokenomic side is concerned, but that's one of the main things that I've that I that I found interesting. Oh my goodness. That's the main thing that I found interesting here so far. And I believe they've burned I forget what percent of supply they've burned so far. I know a few weeks ago they said like 1%, but since then they've had a ton of volume. So not sure how much is burned, but yeah, looking good on the thesis here so far. But that's the last thing I have to cover on chain today. I think other than that, I think that's all I got.
Okay, sweet. Well, then let's jump into some news, boys. You see the title of the show. We got to talk about drift. I mean, this shit is crazy, bro. This shit is absolutely crazy. TLDR, bro, is over the last 6 months, the drift hackers, North Korean-based hackers, have been spending money, going to crypto conferences, doing live interviews, getting close, building these social relationships with the drift team, all to compromise the multi-sig wallet and then drain a lot of money. Of the affected parties, there's like a lot of very, very notable DeFi platforms that are using Drift. So like, it's not just Drift that's affected. There's a lot of people building on top of Drift that are going to be affected by this as well. We're going to watch this video, but absolutely crazy, bro. We're going to be in Miami for consensus. Maybe not chill, but Josh and myself most likely are going to be in Miami. I got to be looking around now. I don't know. There might be a North Korean spy trying to infiltrate MCG, and I got to keep myself protected. So, be careful out there. We know that North Korea these are government-sponsored hackers, right? And so what happens is they go in, they hack, they make all this money, and it's sponsored by the North Korean state, right? So crazy as always. Crazy how North Korea has been able to take so much money doing this. It's obviously not the first time, but I'll read this tweet. And it kind of it adds to the thesis here. North Korea is willing to spend $100 million for a $300 million prize. You don't have $100 million to defend yourself. Hasib on why open source might stop being the default in crypto. The Pollyanna-ish Kumbaya version of open source we've had over the last 20 years is going away. Crypto apps are open source, but they're maintained by a single company. Only Drift uses the Drift contracts. That's really different from the open source like Linux or Axios. There's such an asymmetry between attackers and defenders that this may end up pushing against open source as the default. Maybe the issue is a known proof that shows there's no admin key, but they're going to decompile the code for you. So he's actually a little bit against open source. And I'll play this clip real quick.
So the question then is like, okay, where is this going? It strikes me that the Pollyanna-ish kind of kumbaya version of open source that we've had over the last 20 years is going away. And crypto is kind of a weird middle ground position because crypto is not really, these applications are open source, but it's not like anybody else uses the Drift contracts, right? Like only Drift uses the Drift contracts. So they're open source, but they're maintained by a single company. And I think it's actually really different than the open source that we're talking about. Axios or the Linux kernel are really, really very different from the open source nature of an individual startup that open sources their own contracts. I think that we may see that open sourcing just decreases over time in crypto. just because of the fact that there's such an asymmetry between attackers and defenders that like North Korea is willing to spend upwards of $100 million for a $300 million prize to just like throw compute at you. But you don't have $100 million to spend on grinding on your own compute. So there is a way in which this may end up pushing against open source as the default for crypto, where, look, you can still use your model to like look at the state and figure out what's going on there. But maybe they can issue some zero knowledge proof that shows there's no admin key, but they're not going to decompile the code for you and show you the decompiled code.
I mean, this is pretty crazy. So I guess he's essentially saying there's a lot of danger in open sourcing.
The
And
question is,
also,
okay, where is this? Because of the fact that
look, these are state-funded, state-sponsored hackers, right? So North Korea can throw $100 million at them in order to make $200 million, steal $300 million, profit $200 million. And you just you can't really defend yourself. So he thinks maybe open source goes out. This was really crazy. We're late to report it just because this happened Friday and we haven't had a stream since Friday, but super crazy stuff. Just had to touch on that. Zach XBT is kind of up in arms about this as well, because while this whole thing was going on, Circle was completely asleep at the wheel. And he says Circle was asleep while many millions of USDC was swapped via CCTP from Solana to Ethereum for hours from the 9-figure drift hack during US hours. Value was moved and nothing was done yet again. Come days after you froze 16 plus businesses, hot wallets incompetently, which is still being slowly unfrozen. Circle, USDC, and Jera are bad actors from the industry. Wow. I mean, that's a pretty big diss on Circle. Update 230 million plus USDC bridge via CCTP from the Solana to Ethereum across 100 TXs. 6 hours is how long Circle had to freeze stolen funds from the 280 million plus drift hack. Circle is a centralized stablecoin issuer headquartered in New York, and the attack began around 12 p.m. ET. Why does our industry allow them to stay silent? Here are all the TXs. And of course, this is coming to the tune of other people who are not hackers or businesses getting things frozen on USDC, and then USDC or Circle not freezing a hacker's attempt to get all of this stuff off chain or move chain to a different chain and then swapped out. So crazy stuff. Chill, do you have any comment on this North Korean funded $300 million drift hack?
Yeah, we touched on this last week on Friday. And I don't think at that point we knew it was North Koreans, but we did know that Circle didn't really take any action. We covered this tweet with Zach XBT. It's I don't know. I mean, look, they're centralized actors. They're a big company. They're not. Who knows if they're gonna move? I mean, you have a company like USDT, who a lot of people have tried to FUD over the years, but they were quicker to react to this, and they actually froze some accounts and stuff off this hack, whereas Circle wasn't as responsive. So not really sure why, but I mean, it's centralized entities with permissioned mechanics that need someone to turn the key or give them the permission to freeze accounts and things. And I feel like there's always going to be a risk with these centralized entities, whether it's maybe their interests are aligned with these hackers, maybe they were I don't know who knows whether they were simply busy or just asleep at the wheel, or if their interests were aligned elsewhere, right? We don't really know, but that's the risks with all these centralized companies, so can't really put much past anybody.
Absolutely. I'm gonna tab over here to, of course, Robinhood, because we had Vlad say something that's really interesting. And I know I talk about Robinhood a lot, but I like the company. I think Vlad's a super smart guy. He knows where the puck's headed. And so this should give you an idea. Paul tweets, wow, Robinhood CEO Vlad says the following: it's time to move beyond Bitcoin and meme coins into real world assets and RWAs. We know Robinhood's trying to do this. They're offering private equity through on-chain rails. And he's clearly bullish on RWA as a whole. So I'll play this 25-second clip.
It will make it easier to invest in American companies if you're outside the world. It will also bring the markets into 24/7 and fully on-chain and get all the benefits that crypto technology levies on these traditional assets. So I think it's time to move beyond Bitcoin and meme coins into real-world assets that exhibit fundamental utility. I believe,
again, kind of goes back to what we're seeing, I think, in general. It's not everyone loves crypto, but everyone loves the blockchain. And we see that oftentimes where these, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but the crux of it is, look, even if I don't like crypto, I like the blockchain. I like the abilities that it brings to us and it brings to the market, like 24/7 trading, like illiquid assets becoming liquid, like private equity being tradable before it's on, at IPOs on public markets. So just reinforces it. Love Robinhood because Robinhood honestly feels like a crypto adjacent bet. I mean, they're very aligned with the blockchain and what it can do for finance. And it's already one of the most used, if not the most used, like everything super app, public brokerage. So I think we go a long way with Robinhood. I'll read a little more with Either Way here because we know they've been popping off too, but they have their hackathon beginning in 24 hours here. It's open to all Solana users with cash prizes available through Either Way. And what they're offering is for you to build an app using Either Way's platform and get instant access to stablecoins, RWAs, liquidity vaults, prediction markets, MEV protected trading, advanced tools, all from a single prompt. Launch with enterprise-grade infrastructure, including RPC access to 80-plus chains, real-time data validators as a service, secure walled login, gas-covered, and 99.99% uptime, accessible to everyone. So just be aware of that. I got 1 million views. Either Way is pretty much popping off right now. But that hackathon is going live. I think it's going through May 5th, I want to say. Could be wrong. But keep note of that. Oh, and really, really big and important news. Allegedly, Pasternak and Evelyn Ha are through. 775K views on this. Breaking Pasternak breakup confirmed. All the Ha sisters hit on follow. He can finally reinvest the handbag budget into a flywheel, guys. So it might be belief season because Evelyn Ha and Pasternak are officially no more. Jason the Ween, a streamer, must have come in and scooped his woman after talking about his crypto coin. We see Avi Patel as well. Could be the next Evelyn Ha. Hey, Evelyn, I'm so sorry about Ben. How are you doing? Looks like he's just providing a shoulder for her to lean on. Very nice. But also note, bro, we do not want Avi Patel in a relationship with Evelyn Ha if this were, for example, to go a little further than just him being a shoulder to lean on. We've seen what Evelyn Ha does to founders, and I want nothing to do with her. So keep her as far away from Avi Patel as possible, if you ask me. This is pretty important stuff. Chill. Any comment on it? Surely you have an opinion.
No. No opinion. I saw there's a little bit of there's another like streamer that at one point was trading crypto, traded Believe, lost money, was talking to Evelyn Ha, and kind of said that, and that clip got out. But I don't really, honestly, bro, like some of this like social stuff, like the drama that happens in crypto, I don't really pay much attention to it.
I don't know why, dude. This stuff affects the geopolitical and economic world that we live in. So it's just, it's very important.
Yeah,
100%. Of course. Kidding, of course. In other news on the trenches, Bags is evolving into Bags Terminal, the fastest and most rewarding trading terminal on Solana, built for traders who demand speed, execution, and real edge, powered by Bags. Now, we saw this similar playbook to with Pump Fun. Pump Fun bought out Terminal, or what's now Terminal, and they have their own trading terminal. So Bags, we've seen this kind of happen before, but they're doing a lot. Bags is doing a lot, trying a lot of different things, which I think is nice to see. They are really competing with Pump Fun. And innovating really ahead of Pump Fun in a lot of aspects. I'm going to watch this video. Bags is doing this big hackathon, and I feel like no one's paying attention to their ecosystem. So would love to do a demo day because there are some really cool builders there that just have no attention. Not sure really what we're watching here.
Yeah.
Bags Terminal. I mean, what do you think, Chill? Do you think it's good that Bags has a trading terminal? I think it's a smart move, like financially. They probably get traders.
I think it's a smart move. I think they're moving into the direction of like incentivizing holders differently. We saw the 0% fees on the platform. Now we're seeing a trading terminal with that's going to be the most rewarded. I mean, I would love to see a Trojan X Bags sort of thing. I don't know. I think it's a cool experiment for them. I would love to see like how that helps them in their ecosystem. I'd love to see a little bit more on that side, but I love that they're trying different things. I love that they're trying different things. And the Bedrock integration, obviously, that's the most bullish thing for me.
Right.
Plug and play ownership. That means you're an ownership coin from the time that you launch. The incentives are now fully aligned, right? Like, I think that's the biggest thing for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pure revenue play. They're just looking at other ways they can drive revenue. This is a pretty easy fix. Another thing that they're doing is they are bidding on naming a street. They're auctioning off a naming rights for an actual alley in San Francisco. And I forget exactly what it is, but there was some pretty high. I mean, 6 figures. They're, I think, prepared to write to naming a street. Terrible use of funds. Absolutely terrible use of funds. I don't think it's going to get a lot of traction. This post has gone viral, but I think it's a complete waste of money. I would not spend 6 figures on naming some random street back alley. Like, you're naming this random back alley in the middle of San Francisco. It gets no traffic. Like, why would you pay any money for this? Whoever's giving the naming rights for this street is the real genius, because they're about to make a bunch of money off of some idiot, crypto idiot, most likely, who's going to pay for the naming rights on Solana. Yeah, currently
it's a good marketing strategy, I guess.
It's a good market strategy if you're going to lose. Like, I think you're like, okay, we just bid $125,000. Like, hey, look at this. It's so funny. But we're not actually going to like win and go through with it. Like WordPress, if they have to spend $135K on this, I feel like really, really bad for them. I feel really bad for the winner, but $135K, you can see it here. Bags was leading this for a while, so I actually don't like the Bags move. They should hone in on being unique in their own niche. A trading terminal isn't going to work. Yeah, well, add to this Bags take. They are hiring other engineers. I did see that they're hiring. So I think they could put someone completely on this and just have them focus on it and keep completely focused, to be honest. They do make enough money to do that.
Yeah,
so
but
I think
wouldn't be naming a street, though.
This is not where I would be putting my money. Definitely not. So, whatever.
Yeah. Let's see. Other than that, what other news you got?
Yeah, so this is an interesting stat that we see here. And I'll just pull up this. And this is ICOs from AGC from Masari. He says since 2025, if you bought every token sale on CoinList, Legion, MetaDAO, and BuildPad, you would be down 46%. Of the 41 tokens on sale in this period, only 6 are above the initial sales price. And 6 happen to be pretty much all, MetaDAO. Very telling. One of the only things we've recommended you buy on this channel was Avicii, Umbra. We had Ranger on. Did we ever end up we got OMFG maybe? I forget. But we've been covering it all. Here's Solo, right, down 15%. One of the few that's actually down from its raise, so maybe worth looking at that there. We had talked about a trade for a while, but very interesting. ICOs are predominantly dead, and you will lose a lot of money. You just look at the latter half of here. Most are down 50% plus, 46% plus. Whereas MetaDAO has actually shown gains in such a bad market. So we continue to support MetaDAO and be bullish on what they're building here. But the numbers don't lie, right? Numbers do not lie. And there was a nice tweet here from Cantina. 3 of the best performers in the top 5 launched on MetaDAO. The 3 worst performers launched on Legion. So is that it? Have Futarchy and ownership won while the rest is trash? The truth is that the main difference between these ICOs is that FTV at launch, not necessarily Futarchy ownership. Okay. Fragskate and Almaka, the worst performers, all launched with a low float and a 50 million plus FTV. Retail buyers on Legion bought a very high price and high FTV at launch. So we're saying FTV matters. I think MetaDAO knows this. The 3 best performers launched on MetaDAO and were sub 10 million FTV. Okay, this is good stats to pay attention to. Ranger lost to 17 million and then ended up having a proposal to basically break even. I think it profited 3% or whatever. The same happened with P2P. They're at 15 million plus FTV. So FTV might be a big thing, but nonetheless, very bullish MetaDAO here. Profit even released a recent, some of the key metrics, some of the stuff they're talking about. Profit is a very good founder. I would go read through this on your own time. We're not going to do that now just because it's so long, but he covers all things MetaDAO here. Worth a read. And yeah, I will say also ownership FM does a good job really covering this stuff. A lot of it's stuff we just don't get to cover. So sometimes even worse.
Yeah. Yeah, good to check in on what on their on their show. Good thing on all things ownership. We looked at the ownership sector last week, and I did say that MetaDAO was losing a key level on the chart, and for whatever reason it was dumping. But I did say I actually wouldn't be fading MetaDAO at these really low levels. It's one of the few launch pads that actually worked, in my opinion, this cycle in terms of
Absolutely.
giving holders, protection, aligning holders and the team, and doing it all permissionlessly. I've been very vocally bullish on the concept that MetaDAO has, and I think that it's more Web3 native. It's a more Web3 native concept that appeals to some of these Web3 some of these on-chain holders and traders. So yeah, although MetaDAO chart wise might not be looking the best, just fundamentally, I think MetaDAO the platform is really good, and I'd love to see more people like pay attention to platforms like Futardio and stuff like that. So looking pretty good here. What else you got, Dom?
Nope, that's all I got. We can call it there, but it's been an interesting stream, man. From our guests, we had some really great guests today, Pumpkade and Bean, two really interesting ones. Excited to get those full segments out for everyone on YouTube and here. Just, I guess, community notes, guys, trade on Trojan. It supports the show. They have the best cash back in the game. Amazing partner and terminal. So we appreciate their help and, of course, support. And then Meteor's ongoing support as well is we're so grateful for. So make sure you guys learn how to DLMM, make sure you're using Meteor product, and make sure you're trading on Trojan. That's really all I got to leave you guys with today. It's been a fun conversation. We talked, the drift exploit. We talked Pumpkade. We talked Bean. We talked through a bunch of news. We talked through a bunch of charts. We talked through a bunch of macro. I'm ready. I'm ready to get off. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, look, guys, we've given you guys pretty much the lowdown on everything that you might need in terms of macro markets, alpha, interviews. So great stream today. Let's look at the schedule for the week. And
before we get into schedule, I just forgot I had one thing. Mercy made this tweet, so maybe something here for ICM.run, friends of the show. What would you build? Ali coming soon. Reply with what you're building. Very cryptic, but if you look at this video, it seems like they've got grants, grant unlock, grant community pool, partner fund, ecosystem boost. This is a lot of money. So the arena opens soon. Are you ready to compete? Ally coming soon. There's no volume on that, by the way. So I don't know what that's all about, but I will pull up MCG's account and we can talk through.
I got it on
Actually,
mine.
you have it up. Perfect.
Yeah. So here's the schedule for the week. These times are all in Eastern time, by the way, just in case you didn't know. But today we spoke with Mindbeam. Again, 80% circulating supply off the market. That's crazy. Pumpkade, really looking forward to their utility that they'll be introducing here in the next couple of weeks. He mentioned that would kind of help to tie the token utility, or tie the token to the upside of the business. So excited to see what he comes up with there. Had an awesome conversation tomorrow. Pretty big stream with cards, collector crypt. So I know that we have that's been a market that has a lot of interest. Actually, Trader Main the other day had an entire show on with Cold-Blooded Schiller, and it was all about trading in that whole thesis. I even know that AJC, who the Masari researcher we showed just a few minutes ago, he's been pretty vocally bullish on the sector. So really good to talk to them. Wednesday, we have Sunrise DeFi, and then we have the homie, Taylor Fox, previous Believe, coming on the show. Now he's at the Solana Foundation. So looking forward to kind of seeing his thoughts on, just the future of the Solana ecosystem, the future of all things like ownership and ICM, like what are internet capital markets, where is that whole sector and movement going, and what does that mean for Solana and the Solana Foundation. So we'll have him on as well. Thursday, we're locking in some interviews. Dom already has a few on his radar. And then on you, as you guys know, Trader Radio on Friday, just to use, chilling out with the homies, Looking forward to that with you guys as well. Definitely trade on Trojan, up to 45% cash back. So link in our bio. So definitely follow us at MCG Live on Twitter for all things MCG. We appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Ton of value here. Ton of value tomorrow. We'll see you then. Stay safe. Deuces.